Okay, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. It's our last meeting of the year. We are, yes, happy to have everyone here with us tonight, both in person and online. First up on our agenda is a comprehensive guidance report, and we'll turn the time to Ms. Stacy Worthen.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come and present to you. Every year it is required by the USBE that I report to you about our comprehensive school counseling program. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what is going on with the school counselors in Jordan School District. So this is our team. As you know, we were able to hire 4 specialists to help support the comprehensive school counseling program. We have split the team and placed them over feeders to support staff, to train staff, and to serve as mentors to help support in any way that we possibly can with all of our schools. This year is our interim review year, and what that means is USBE requires that we go in and evaluate every secondary program. So my team and I have been going in to review every middle school and high school, looking at their program to make sure that they are following the program with fidelity, and also working to meet the unique needs of their communities, their students, their parents, all of their stakeholders. We provide them feedback to help prep them for our full formal review that will occur in the 26-27 school year. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about school ratios. So as you can see in Jordan School District, I would like to highlight that elementary school counselor to student counselor ratio. When we started presenting to you as a school board, our ratio in 2019, 2020 was 1 to 7,231. So for every school counselor, they were working with 7,231 students. We have been able to drop that down. We are now at 1 to 1,192. So that is a really significant drop, as you can see, in just a short amount of time. And you can also see that our secondaries are standing strong at 1 to 302. So that's pretty exciting. I wanted to let you take a look at some of the exciting things that our high school has done with our credit deficiencies. If you look, we started last school year with 1,640 seniors being off track or credit deficient for graduation. And our high school counselors were able to work with each and every one of those students. They were able to drop that down to a 90% decrease. So last year, starting with 1,640 students being credit deficient, we dropped that down to 169. So that's a pretty significant impact that our high school counselors have made. We also last year took a look, and you can see every year our counselors are increasing our student and counselor interactions. So last year we were almost at 200,000 student or parent interactions. So every year we're becoming more and more intentional about how we're interacting and meeting with our students and our parents and our teachers to make sure that we're more impactful. This is a really interesting piece of data that we wanted to have you take a look at. So this year, this is just quarter 1. And right now you can see as we have increased, so you can see we've started with the 2019 to 2020 data. And you can see that not only are our student to counselor interactions increasing, but you can also see if you look at that school-based mental health, as we track the reasons that our counselors are meeting with students, our school-based mental health interactions have skyrocketed. But you can also see our PCCRs have remained steady and increasing. You're going to see a little dip because it's quarter one. Our quarter two and quarter three PCCR interactions will continue to add to those numbers. Academic and career advising will also rise throughout the year as we meet with seniors to make sure that they're on track for graduation, making sure that as we move through the middle school that we're working with our kids to make sure that they're on track for graduation. So the academics impact will increase as well, but you can see in quarter one there's a high need for the school-based mental health interactions with counselors and students. So you can see our high school, we've been able to track just for quarter one. Just in quarter one, our high schools have had 21,403 student interactions. And that is up from last year as well. And you can see we broke it down. If we were to break it down by counselor, that means that for every one high school counselor, they've at least interacted with 396 students. So that's pretty impactful. You can also see that the majority of our high school is academic. Those are academic interactions. But also you can see there's school-based mental health, parent contacts, PCCRs. As you look at the middle school, you can see that has flipped, and their main focus, 49% of their time, is school-based mental health. And you can see that for every middle school counselor, they've had about 480 student interactions just in quarter one. And they're at 24,479 student to counselor interactions. And when I say that, it could potentially be a parent interaction. It could be an MTSS meeting with, their admin, talking to them about what kind of interventions we want to put in place. So we're tracking all of that as well. But this is the piece that we're most excited to share with you. Okay, we have 30 elementary school counselors, and for every one elementary school counselor, they have been able to make 860 contacts with students. And you can see they're at 24,933, and 95% of their time is school-based mental health focus. So that's pretty exciting. The difference, I do want to let you know, the difference between the secondary and the elementaries is the elementaries are proactively going in and doing preventative. So they're going to have higher student interactions because they're actually going in and teaching whole class lessons. And we're tracking that. So pretty impactful. And that's what I have to share with you today. Do you have any questions for me?
I had a question. At the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned you were here to fulfill a requirement USBE imposes.
Yes.
Can you talk about that just for a second? I don't quite understand. USBE has a set of rules or something that requires you and maybe other people to come and report to us?
When it comes to the comprehensive school counseling program, they have a requirement that is in board rule that because we receive funding for this particular program, that we are accountable to reporting to our local school board what it is that we're doing to impact students directly.
Okay. And
so every year I'm required to come in and be held accountable for
the funds that were received, kind of?
Yep, and the program that we're required to implement.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
I have a question. This is Daryl Robinson. I'm joining virtually. My question is, it seems like we're doing a lot for mental health. Has it made a difference? And then also I was wondering if I could get a copy of the presentation tonight.
Yes, I will send a copy of the presentation to Lisa so that she can provide that for all of you. Is it making a difference? I would say it absolutely is making a difference. Every time that my team or I are going into the elementary schools, they are talking to me specifically about the direct impact that our school counselors are having with our elementary schools and our elementary school children. Can I speak to like any specifics? Absolutely. We are seeing in some of our schools an increase in ML students. And as a direct result of that uptick in that population, our elementary school counselors have created groups where they can actually go in and bring those students in little small groups and work with them specifically to teach them as they are coming to a new school system here in the United States, how can they be successful in our schools? And working with them how to talk to teachers, how to turn in your homework on time, how to get your lunch, how the lunchroom works, what is a recess. So they are directly impacting all different groups across the elementary schools. They speak specifically to the needs of each school. So for example, in a couple of our schools, we have seen an increase in students who are not being kind to each other, so they are reaching out and talking about how can we directly impact so that these students can actually have some supports in a group to be friends, learn how to be friends with each other and be kind to each other. So absolutely, there's just so many things that our elementary school counselors that are doing that are impactful to these students, and it's making a huge difference.
So I have a question relating what parents can expect as we increase mental health services in schools. I definitely noticed that some of the correlations of parent contacts and mental health services seemed disproportionate, and I understand that we wouldn't be making a parent contact for each subsequent session, but can a parent expect to be informed if their child is working with a counselor for an issue that is outside of academics? And how do we partner? How are parents kept in the loop? What's that process like?
That's actually a great question. And what we have discovered is that we have been asking our counselors to focus on student interactions, that they have not necessarily been as good at tracking parent interactions. And so anytime that a student would come to a school counselor's office, and especially when it comes to like anxiety, like they're having some anxiety with going to a class. Our school counselors would work with the student, and then they would, once they got that particular student home, they should best practice, contact the parent, and then send home, if they want to continue providing resources, that parent a permission to counsel form so that that parent can sign that and send that back for permission. And then also there should be that conversation with, you know, is there anything that we can do as a school counselor, as a school, to help support you as a parent? Is there anything going on that we can be made aware of to help your child be successful? Academically, like our focus is to help them be successful academically. And so if that anxiety is getting in the way, then that's where we're going to start, and we're going to directly work with that parent. That's best practice.
And can I just follow up with what if, and I think that this instance would be few and far between, but for some reason a parent says, no, thank you. We would prefer to work with an outside counselor or whatever. What would that process look like?
Then we don't. We're very transparent in working with our parents, and if our parents are saying that that is something that they're not comfortable with, then, you know, we would respect that, because that we want to make sure that our parents are working hand in hand with us here in the school so that we're successful. And clearly, if a parent does not want that, then we don't provide that service.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're
Appreciate
welcome.
all that you do, and I hope that didn't sound negative. Just curiosity.
Oh, no, everything that we're doing as school counselors and within our program, we speak to all the time with transparency. We want to make sure that we are transparent in everything that we do, and we are communicating with all of our parents because we're going to be more successful when we're working with all of our stakeholders. So parents are such a crucial component of how we can help our kids be successful in school. Any other questions? Okay, thanks, you guys.
Thank you. And thank you to all of your department for all your work and all you do for our kids in our schools. Thank you. Next, we have policy AA447, out of district student enrollment. Mr. Brad Sorensen.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. We wanted to bring the policy, as you can see in board docs, AA 447, out of district student enrollment, that, as you can also see, was last revised in 2009. A lot has changed since 2009. Actually, everything that's in this policy is no longer applicable. So our recommendation and our thoughts are because of that, and I put in there kind of the rationale in board docs as to what we were thinking as we've worked with both student services as well as CTE to kind of work through what is required and what doesn't exist. You'll see in many of the policy things alluded to, such as the Wasatch Front Consortium, which no longer exists. And so our recommendation is that this policy be retired. And if you have any questions, I brought my support behind me to answer those questions.
I was just curious if there's some kind of process in place where someone's kind of regularly goes through all the policies and how was this one found that it needed to be retired?
Yeah, this one was, and Travis, I'll let come up and answer that as well, but a lot of questions as they come when people look up enrollment for out-of-district students, and so they're wondering what our process is, that this kind of is the policy that they come across. But Travis, thoughts on?
Yeah, thanks. One of the things that happens is, especially as the legislature finishes up every year, that kind of institutes a new round of looking at policies, because we have to generally add things as laws changed and board rule is updated. So that's one way that we do that. And in general, we do go through it, and we, in this particular instance, in this policy, it's something that's been on our radar for a while. It just never got to the top of the page. And so you tick them off as you go. And so this is the one that got to the top of the page at this time. But we routinely go through the policies and ensure that they're compliant with board and state law, and make those adjustments as we can, as needed to.
We have not been systematic in going through policies to see what needs to be removed. We've gone in, there's this new legislation, we need to change this, and we go in and but I'm hopeful that in the next year we can get a process in place where, as a staff, we're reviewing things pretty regularly, just to kind of weed those out, because I like making John happy, and John's very happy when we get rid of a policy. He likes that.
Startled by that realization.
So if we get rid of this policy and someone does come to our website and is looking for information on out-of-district enrollment, do we have something there for them?
I don't know that in policy or I'll let student services answer that, because usually we just send them right to their website.
The states?
this-
we do
this-
have a page on student services on the planning and enrollment website that outlines some of this. Effectively, what happens with most people coming from out of district is they're subject to the permit process, and they go through that. Or if there is some special case that the school is not able to assist them with, then they're directed to planning and enrollment and student services, and we help them there.
Okay, but we would be following state board rule is basically what guides us.
Many of our policies, all of our policies, I hope, follow state board rule, but we still just link it within a policy. Why would we do away with this one altogether?
Realistically, this policy has been retired for a number of years. We don't follow it. It's been retired long enough. It gets Social Security checks once a month. We could amend this to say this will follow these two board rules. But then every time those board rules change, we have to come back and present you with a revision to the policy and revise our official policy. There just isn't enough reason to have a policy that duplicates a board rule, because the board rule changes their policy through their process, and we just follow what the process is that they set up. It just would duplicate the effort.
And does this align with what other districts are doing? They just don't have a policy?
We do have a policy. Our policy is we follow what's in board rule, but that doesn't mean that we have
All
to.
of our policies are that, right? So,
In some cases, we have policies that go a little further than board rule. In this one, we follow board rule exactly. So there's no real benefit that we get from keeping the policy in place. Part of why this policy has not been retired previously is the section on the Wasatch Front Consortium was still relevant and still applied. But when that changed, then the last thing keeping this policy relevant to us went away, and there's just no reason to keep it.
If the board wants us to keep a policy in place and simply refer to state board rule, we can certainly do that.
Any other questions or thoughts from other board members? If you're okay with this policy going away, or if you want a replacement policy?
I feel okay about the policy going away.
Just as an asterisk, if the board wanted this policy to remain, we would probably still ask for this policy to be retired, because there are more relevant enrollment-related policies where this information can be housed.
Although if you wanted a separate policy for people to be able to see in the index out of district enrollment, then we can do that.
and that's my only concern is it gets tricky. We have lots of sub websites and it's hard to find information sometimes. And so maybe it's the board member in me, but I always go first to the policy manual. And this feels like a significant topic to me.
I don't see a board issue here, and if they are recommending it be dropped, then I'm very comfortable with that.
Same.
I would agree with that also. I think it's covered other places.
Okay, so it looks like there's enough people comfortable just retiring the policy that we can go ahead and do that.
Okay, they have to vote on that.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
need to just put
And
that
it-
on an agenda and
In our probably end of January business meeting,
That's great.
we'll have it on there. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Next up is policy DE 501, Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee. Welcome, Ms. Carolyn Goff to the table. This is a policy that we talked about in quite a bit of detail last time. We provided all sorts of suggestions and changes that Ms. Goff and her staff have had to try to work through. And so now we have a new draft that's been brought back to us. So Ms. Goff, do you have anything to say?
No, just to your point, I had listed down all of the changes that you had recommended. Some were conversations without specific direction as far as what you'd like to have changed, but everything that had a specific directive as far as wording that needed to be changed, you'll see in the policy in the blue. There was one word that I did note that didn't get changed to blue, but did get changed and updated, and that was Mrs. Miller, your recommendation that we put the word "to" in for 2 public board education meetings. That's found in, let's see, that would be C to J. And so that was the only change that I noted that somehow didn't get in blue, but everything else were just maybe slight word changes or additions, corrections, and I just kind of went right through them as per our conversation last time. I'll just remind the board that this was the policy DE 501, which needed to be updated anyway, based on a lot of conversation that we had had in this setting, and just the fact that we've had more feeders and additional practices, and so we were bringing into compliance SB 55 in our curriculum adoption policy, along with some expectations that we had talked about. I reviewed quite a few policies that were both being updated along the Wasatch Front, and other districts have started those changes as well. And we retained some of the parts and pieces from our original policy, and then included the language from SB 55, as well as some additional points that we thought would be of clarifying nature. So that's where we were in our discussion last time, just talking about the material first, or the conversation first happening with a curriculum committee that would review what was coming due or coming, every year we do have a general sense of what's going to expire, contracts that are going to expire, and what needs to be funded within the coming years. And so that curriculum committee would be able to look at where we've been with different curricular materials, and be able to analyze a lot of the data behind them, talk about possible curricula to move forward. And then you can see in C, primary instructional materials. I think that was an important distinction. Primary instructional materials that would come through the board, through the RFP process, and then of course in the board meetings to be approved, and then supplemental materials, which we also needed to build in a flexible guidance for teachers that will allow them to use additional materials in their classrooms that don't come before the board. And so that's also in the policy as well. And then at the end of the policy, we've tried to list a lot of other district policies already in place that might also play into this, that may not, we didn't want to extend this one policy to include all of these things because we already had policies on them. So I've just listed them as references there.
I'll just mention that I appreciate the blue. I was worried that I wouldn't remember what was from the first revision and what had happened again, so that was wonderful to see the blue in there. My only concern is the same concern I had before. I just wanted to mention the balance of the committee. 7 parents, 7 community members, and 12 staff. I would prefer to see that more balanced in number.
What are other board members' feelings? Does anyone else interested in increasing the 7?
Or reducing the
Or
other.
reducing the other? Yeah.
Well, it seems like, reading through this, it says, like, administrative cabinet may designate a total of 6 principals to serve on the committee with representation from each of the administrative areas. It says may, and then 6 teachers will be nominated. So with that may, does that mean that there will definitely be 6? Or, so it might be a little closer to balanced, like, in practice than it might look. It might look like 12 employees of the district and 7 members of the community, but it could be 8 employees of the district and 7 members of the community. Is that right?
This was language from our original policy, and so it definitely can be that if we want it to be. You're
If
right,
it
says
stays
may.
May,
Mhm.
because doesn't May mean that it's like with representation from each of the administrative areas? So with the May, I don't know. Actually, that's a little confusing to me when it says May, but then there will be representation from each of the administrative areas. Excuse me.
I'm not interested in changing it because
But
I
I'm-
don't want
yeah.
to create a feeling that it's parents versus staff. And we need one more over here than over here because they're at odds with each other. If we've created that environment, then we have a bigger problem than this policy. I see this as the 6 administrators are coming to represent the administration point of view. The teachers are coming to represent the educational in the classroom with the students' point of view. And the parents are coming to represent this is what we value. Those are 3 very different entities. And if you reduce the 2 of these, you've reduced 2 of those perspectives that I think are very valuable. And I don't want it to be, well, these guys versus these guys, and we've got to make them equal numbers so that they can beat them. And I just don't want to create that sense that we have to have one more over here so that they can trump this group over here. That's not how I see it. How I see it is we've got 3 groups coming together, all representing a different point of view, and they're going to talk through these policies. And so I'm not interested in taking the 2 groups and reducing them to the size of the 1. And I was very pleased that you represented my thoughts very eloquently.
I would love it if that were the case, and maybe it is the case, what Mr. Dunford just expressed. It just, in the year that I've been on the board, I've just seen, my observation has been that there's this competition between what the community or what the parents want and what the staff gives them. They seem to be at odds on curriculum, on other things. So yeah, I hope we haven't created that environment like Mr. Dunford said, but I guess I'm questioning if we have. Just my observation over the past year is that you could make a case that environment has been created. So maybe we do have a bigger problem.
But Mr. Barnett, you've got to remember, you're only hearing from a very, very small percentage of people. I would say the majority of people are very, very pleased out there with what's happening curriculum-wise, academic-wise, the decisions that we make. You're only hearing from a very, very small minority.
I think that is kind of illustrated as we looked at our most recent adoption of Wit and Wisdom, where it was like so much worry, so much angst, and then we took it to the committees, and by and large, the community seemed to align with the curriculum. The other thing is, it's so important to me that we remember our purpose, and that is to educate students. And we have professionals who are educated and trained in that field. And I hope that as we're adopting curriculum, they are major components of that. As a parent, I want to be able to sit on a committee and give my perspective and my feedback. But for me to be expected to walk in there with that expertise and understanding of what the implications of one curriculum versus another are educationally, I think that would be an inappropriate ask. And so I hope that we're using our professionals appropriately, and I feel like this balance does that.
I'm trying to weigh on my past experience before I was on a board where I did serve on a couple of committees, one at the board level and a couple at the state level, and particularly the state committee that I was on. I mean, the room was full of people with PhDs in education and me. You know, it's like, you know, it was very intimidating, you know, like I didn't dare speak up because I'm like, well, obviously all these people know way more than I know. So having a group of parents, I think is beneficial. I'd be open to increasing this number to like 8 or 9, just to make sure we have a good core group of parents. But I don't think it needs to be equal or one more than the other type of thing. So I'm kind of weighing that out in my mind. Is 7 enough to give the parents, you know, enough support to be able to speak up?
Well, what if it was at least 7 members? You know, we'll designate at least 7 members or no less than 7 members of the community. Then it could be 7, 8, 9, I don't know. Does it leave it too open?
I mean, because then, well, this is something that we'd be selecting this committee really once a year. One year out of these 7 people, the board would give 4 names, and the next year the board would give 3 names, right?
Yeah, we put the
It's kind of
staggered, so it
ongoing.
would be at least a 2-year term for each of the people that was there.
And my vision of it is, one of those 7 is from my precinct, and I am tied to that. That's my stewardship. And that's a connection to me. And I just think as soon as you start changing that number, we lose that connection to each precinct. That's why, to me, the magic number was 7. Because there are 7 board members, and each one of us would say, look, this representative, I have a connection to.
And then I would also add the 7 of us to that, because we're ultimately the ones that would vote on that, and we will also come at it with a parent and community perspective. So where is it?
I like how the policy stands right
7?
here. Yeah.
I like this version. I would vote to approve this version, today's version.
Is Mr. I shut off my virtual because I was getting some feedback.
I'm good with this version also.
Okay, sounds like we're good with keeping the numbers at 7. Does anyone have any other questions or concerns?
So like I said with D2, where it says administrative cabinet may designate a total of 6 principals to serve on the committee with representation from each of the administrative areas. I might not understand why, well, I don't understand why may is used for this designation where will is used for the members of the community and the teacher representatives. Why is it may for the principal, like the administrative representatives, and why is it will for the other representatives? Is that,
Yeah, I mean, is there some
is there a reason why it's like that, or is it?
Prior language, we
Okay.
can change it to will. If you'd like.
Because I don't know if it matters. I kind of like matching sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's good to make the language consistent.
Has our practice been doing 6 principals, 6 teachers?
Sometimes not, I mean, not all the principals have been able to come, so there is that, does this mean that we can't hold a meeting if a principal isn't there? But changing the language to will means that we would still designate them. Yeah, they're still designated, so we could do that.
And I'm curious too, like the principals, that would also include like assistant principals, if it was in a secondary, or is it just principals?
It could be either.
Thank you.
Carolyn, what if you suggested it to school administrator instead of principal? That would allow some greater flexibility
Yep,
there.
we can change that. That's a good suggestion.
Putting a lot on the principal's shoulders when that's something that could very well be done.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A principal chose to designate an instructional coach here. Would that fall into the teacher category still?
A teacher category, correct, not an administrative category.
I just wanted to make sure that
Mm-hmm.
we're tapping into that expertise as well.
So when this is done on the website, the policies listed afterwards would be links to those policies?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is there an indication somewhere where, how the committee makes decisions? I mean, how do they operate?
Probably C1A. They are reviewing evaluation data, needs assessment, usage, tried to put a lot of different things in there, talking about the disposal of materials. That's something we're dealing with right now. That came up as a pretty big, massive issue. And so that would be another. So I think it was just the needs of curriculum in general, whatever it is for that year, or even the next 2 years. Talking about the fact that within the if we're aware and within the next 2 years or 3 years this is going to go out of print and it needs to happen, or sometimes, as has already been the case, we've had things that have gone out of print and we didn't know they were going to do that. That's why we would also call a meeting into session if we needed an additional meeting to have that conversation to alert anybody who might be interested in giving us some feedback on what to do about that in that situation.
But like if there's a difference of opinion among the committee
Mhm.
members,
Sure.
how do they decide what passes and what's
They're
going to be
they're not technically voting on curriculum.
right? But what's presented to us, right? If there's 3 curriculum, and
Mostly this is about contracts that are expiring. So they're going to be able to say, yep, that's expiring, or, oh, this is an issue that we didn't know was going to be an issue. We'll give you feedback now before we move into an RFP process. So I don't know that there are specific decisions that are being made that are about how much or how big or how small, but there may be opinions based on the need, and especially utilizing administrators and teachers to say, that wasn't really working anyway. We didn't like it. That's a really helpful piece of feedback as we move forward to try to determine what might be better, or people bringing ideas saying, I hope this product is considered. I hope that this might enter into a conversation. We would like to see more of this, or do we ever consider digital licenses at this point? Or how would books be better in that situation? And so the fact that there is it's almost a general review of everything that we have been doing, and being able to just solicit feedback from those who have been using it to say, yeah, this was good, or well, this is due for an update. We needed a new, more rigorous curriculum in this area. And so it's more of a recommendation committee, like these are things that we would like to see, or yes, we definitely need to move forward in this area based on our needs. They're not the ones who are necessarily selecting the actual curricula. And that's why it's important, I think, to have a multiple roles here, and administrators as well, because we might be looking at something for a middle school or an elementary school, and we need that representation from various areas to help support or give feedback on that. And so, those are just some of the ideas. As far as making decisions, it's going to be much more specific to an RFP committee who is making decisions very specifically on criteria that are part of that committee, they'll bring back to the board.
Okay.
What time of year, like when can we expect these committees to start? I mean, we have committees in place right now.
We anticipate that it would be useful to get this going in the spring, so that we could be looking forward to everything that was coming into the next year, so that, by the summer or maybe even the fall, we would be able to have a committee that's bringing forward recommendations saying, we don't know exactly what products we're looking at, but we can tell you that we're going to have 4 different pieces of curricula, primary instructional materials that are going to come up. And so we're letting you know, kind of that this is going to happen. And so we anticipate that within the next year or two that this is going to come before the board.
So terms basically 2 school years.
Yep.
In the spring, they start over the summer or the start of the school year. Okay. I appreciate the language in D6 about teachers communicating to parents.
Will instead of may.
It also gives the teachers flexibility to determine how best to do that. Okay, any other questions or changes?
Do we need to talk about our process of selecting members from the community? Do we wait till the policy's been accepted, or we just start looking now?
I thought about that too. I don't think we should necessarily put the process in policy, but in the spring, I think it will need to come to the board, and the board will need to determine how we're going to select our people.
I thought it was wise to do a 3-4 split because the election cycle is a 3-4 split.
Right.
If we put that on the same 3-4 split, we could stay with a board member for 4 years.
So you select them in your election year?
I think the timing would work if you select them in your election, other than the initial one. If you select them in your initial year, they should stay in your whole time you're on the board.
Well, you would select twice, right?
Yeah.
Because they're 2-year terms.
Right. You would see 2 full terms.
And I can see doing this similar to the calendar committee, where you have a spot where people can go and apply, and then we select from people that want to do it and are interested in doing it.
Yep.
Ask, sorry, going back to Ms. Miller's point about D6, how is that monitored in any way? Teachers just understand that they should be sharing this information, or do they submit a plan to their principal and say, I'm going to use this mode of communication to inform my parents? How do we make sure that teachers know that that is an expectation we have for them?
It's a good question. I think that one of the things that we're working on is once this gets changed, much like we did with DP 200, how do we communicate it to the teachers? We used a slideshow in that, or slides that we had principals share with their faculties, and we can do something very similar with this as we move forward and make the changes to make sure that they're getting communicated to teachers.
Curious if it would be a useful tool to a principal when a parent comes saying, I didn't know this book was going to be read, if the principal could say, oh, it looks like your teacher shared that information in their disclosure statement at the beginning of the school year. And we've left it really open, which I like. But I wonder if it would be nice to have a little bit of, I don't want to say accountability. I think our teachers are accountable, but I do think it would help our administrators to be able to easily say, oh, I can see that that's been relayed to you in this way.
Mm-hmm. We can add some language to that. And in fact, one of the things that we'll do following the adoption of this policy is to look at some of the things that are in AA 424 that might also lend themselves now that we have language here that we can update there.
And that's procedural and probably not necessary in policy, but I just like to know that
We addressed that with
these things go
D200.
somewhere.
We spent a lot of time in D200 on that very same idea.
Yeah. And I know that that's an expectation that is clearly laid out. I just don't know how a teacher shows that they've met that expectation.
Matter the first time they haven't.
Okay, so we have anything else for this policy? We have a couple of minor changes. Do you want to see it again at a study session, or are you ready to vote on it in January?
I'm ready to vote on it if that in is changed to the to and the may is changed to the will.
A few little wording changes.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
in is changed to the to. Point that one out again. Just tell me the
It's
designation.
the one that Ms. Miller, what was it, the J? Oh,
It just wasn't, the wording was right, it just wasn't in blue.
yeah. Oh, was it? Because I thought, because it said brought in a board meeting and instead of brought to a board meeting.
Oh, okay, I see it. It's in J. It's in
J.
2J.
I should go back and read it. It didn't make sense to me.
Oh,
how
will be
I-
brought again into,
It just says in a board meeting.
Two board meetings.
like the word again is not right?
No, the word
In
in
should be
T-O.
two. Yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
two,
Dunford.
okay, yep, you're right.
And then the wording in C1D2.
Two. Yeah, to will and school admin.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have this on an agenda in January to vote on. It's a lot of red ink. Thank you for your work on this one.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, we have a discussion on the timeline for a potential boundary change for Aspen Elementary School. And just to recap, we had a request for a Spanish dual language immersion program at the school. And we had on our agenda back in October the next step in that process, which was to send out an interest survey. We tabled that due to a need for a new school in that area because Aspen is very full, and we knew that new school would result in a boundary change. And then in November, we discussed that new school, made the decision to open it in 2025. And we also made the decision to go ahead and notice the community now about the potential boundary change, which is earlier than what we normally do, but to notice them now so that they could be aware, so that we could talk openly about a boundary change when the DLI thing came up. So the purpose of this agenda item now is to discuss a timeline for when we're going to do the boundary change. Our normal process would be that we would start that boundary change next fall, have it finalized by November or December. We've talked about whether we want to move that up or not. So that's the purpose of this discussion now. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. We're here to just field the questions that the board may have about considerations regarding boundary change taking place in the spring versus fall. We've got Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston here to answer questions as well. Aspen Elementary's boundaries, of course, are growing. Incidentally, by the way, it's probably one of the only boundaries in the world or one of the only schools in the world whose boundary has a physical feature that's clearly visible from space, as it does contain the Bingham Canyon mine. It goes all the way up to the Oakers. So we're talking about a big area of land here, and with the opening of a new school in the Village 9 area, that's what brings us to this discussion. And to date, as Ms. Miller pointed out, we did send a boundary school change, potential boundary change notification to Aspen Elementary, Bastion Elementary, Harriman, Oakleaf, Silvercrest, and elementaries, as well as notify the city councils and mayors of Harriman, South Jordan, and the county. So that's what we've done to date. That happened 2 weeks ago. As Ms. Miller pointed out, we're here to just talk about the considerations for when to do a boundary change, and maybe some of the pros and cons of doing it when, and that's why Mr. Feston and Mr. Hamblin are here to answer any questions that you may have.
So talk us through the time, because you've notified now, the 120 days end when?
120, well, I don't think it's a cap. I think we just have to do it 120 days prior to. So in theory, we can make.
So in theory, we couldn't actually physically approve a boundary change until when?
4 months from now. So by April.
Help me put the timeline together. So we're talking, the proposal is to start kindergarten next year. That's what everyone would like, is to start kindergarten at Aspen next year, right?
First grade. DLI starts in
First
first
grade,
grade.
sorry.
Yeah.
Why am I saying kindergarten? So first grade next year. So if we could officially do a boundary change in April, tell me about the application for the DLI process. So if we approved a boundary change March, April, would we have enough time to allow them to apply and be approved and in the program for first grade of that following year?
I think I'd want to lean on Ms. Goff and her team to do that. That would be really tight to do.
We would not have time to meet the normal window.
So what's the window? What window are you saying? The DLI window, not the boundary change window.
I believe the applications are due in February. March.
Yeah.
Okay. It just becomes really difficult staffing wise.
Okay, so let me ask the opposite question. Given the 120 law requirement, could we be firm on a boundary, but not officially approve it, so that we could start making decisions with DLI permits in February?
I think what would happen then is you have people who would continue to work to change that boundary if it was firm but not firm.
See, that's my problem,
Voted
is
on.
that overlap is my concern. I have a big concern approving DLI without a boundary in place. I think that muddies the water too much for me. So if we can't do a boundary change and still make the first grade deadline, then I'm in no rush, and we might as well do a boundary change when we normally do.
I'm normally one to want to get bureaucratic obstacles out of the way to be able to do what we need to do, but I don't believe that we could have a boundary decided on and then turn around and accept DLI applications
That's what I'm hearing.
and effectively implement a program. Does anyone along the wall there disagree with that timeline? I just don't think we
No.
can do it. So I think there would need to be a decision December, January about a DLI program for the coming fall, and then a boundary change decision either by April or in the fall.
Okay.
Or any time in between. Does that answer your question?
Very much so. Thank you.
Okay.
And I really don't see I'm very adamant about making sure that we get this DLI program in place. I've looked at DLI programs throughout the district. I've done a lot of research. I've talked to a lot of people, and it's going to be a viable, strong program no matter what the boundary is, because those people will come. They'll continue to come to that program. So I'm very adamant about getting this off the table and getting it going.
The one thing we won't know if they're bused or they have to walk. True. And that's not fair. That's information I think parents need to have when they apply for the program. Is this going to be your boundary school or is it not?
But if a parent is interested enough in the DLI program, they're going to make sure their student gets there. I've seen it in so many other places. And, you know, we talked last time about, well, their neighbor doesn't go to the same school because of the blah, blah, blah. I have neighbors right now who do that very thing, and they're fine. Kids are resilient. They're fine. We need to get this in place. It needs to come off the table and get it done.
I have neighbors who have told me that if they knew the program would be out of their boundary, they would not go. They would not have gone.
I've never heard that, sorry. Well, and I do see one aspect of a DLI community that I think would make sure that their children got there. I am a parent who has brought her children to an out-of-boundary school for a DLA program. But as I've heard from this community, a major group that we are working to provide this opportunity for are heritage speakers. Right. And when we're talking about a group of people who are possibly new to the systems in our schools, possibly battling language barriers, I feel like it's important if the intent of this program is for that group, that we do our best to make sure that the DLI program lands in the school where most of them live. Because I do think that when you're looking at parents who could potentially be working a lot, trying to establish themselves in a new country, that it would be harder for them to go out of boundary. I think there is a real consideration there.
I have a question, and maybe I have heard that this group of heritage speakers is their families are concentrated in one area mostly. Is that true? Is that false? Do we know?
It's true.
We've looked at the data on there. We've pulled those students who have indicated their primary language is not English. It doesn't mean that it's Spanish. It likely does, but that's the data that we have. And Mr. Feston,
the multi-language students.
And Mr. Feston has some data regarding the Aspen Elementary area.
And here's also my question too. So, if the students, the families of the students that are multi-language students, the area where they are most highly concentrated, these families, is it in a place that would be logical to boundary into Aspen with several different boundary options? Are they logically located to be boundary to Aspen?
That's the problem, I think. The problem is we don't know where they would end up.
Right.
No, but I'm just wondering, like, with boundary options, would there be options where this area would be in the boundary? I mean, just potentially. Or is it super illogical, like they would definitely be much closer to any other school?
Without venturing into the realm of potential options for boundaries, right now it's students that live, we're talking about, the areas south of 118 South. Most of those students near Harriman High School are bused to Aspen. In fact, I think all of them are. And there's about 175 students that live in that area. And so it's beyond the walk feature. If the Village 9 area is a little bit closer, and it's a little less certain that all of them would be bus eligible there. So there may be options that warrant that we could include, especially if the board desired us to look at options like that we could include in a potential boundary option for the new Village 9.
They're walkable to Bastion, though.
They are.
But they're being bused to Aspen.
Currently, they're in the Aspen boundary. Yeah.
And there's not room at Bastion to move all of them.
And so,
Can we hear from Mr. Feston? Oh, are you prepared to answer those questions? That was a lot of questions strung together.
Logically, none of our elementary school boundaries really make a lot of logical sense. We move neighborhoods around. There is an issue getting students across 118th South to Aspen, and the new Village 9 school will be north of 118th as well. So logically, can we leave them in Aspen's boundaries? Yes, we could leave that area in Aspen's boundaries. We could put it in, the word that was used is options. We have lots of options. And, the board is the decision-making authority on this, can accept or reject those options that we bring to this group. They are closer to another school.
Can I phrase it a little differently?
Certainly.
If we followed our normal process, using the priorities we've used to this point, could you imagine a boundary for Aspen that included that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
Is it an option to put the DLI program at the new elementary school and not at Aspen?
Or both. That was going to be my question. Can we open it with? Can we open a new school with DLI?
If it's most logical to put it at the new school, would that be a better fit? And what are the options of putting it at both schools? Is there that much interest that both schools could have a DLI program?
Well, I think the next step for the board is to determine whether we survey. And the fact that we have put out an announcement about a potential boundary change, I think paves the way for us to put that survey out there, because now parents know, okay, these schools are considered for a boundary change. We could put a survey out that addressed your question and said, are you, and this is just to parents of kindergartners, would you be enrolling your child in a DLI program? What if there was a boundary change in a year and the busing was not going to be provided? Or we put the busing question in there, and we can analyze that and see what the numbers look like, and perhaps we could have a program at both schools. We've had Chinese programs close to each other. Initially, it worked great. Over time, that has been a little bit difficult, because then you have extra supply in a small geographic area. However, Spanish is our most popular language by far, and I think it's worth looking at that. I think it would be interesting to get survey data from the schools that are involved in a boundary change to say, would you be interested in sending your child to this program? This is what it involves. And then we can even we can send that particular survey to those families who are in Aspen. If the program, we can ask a survey that really gets to those questions that you're asking.
We could pinpoint on a map exactly where the interest is.
Yes.
So here's the thing. We need that information to make a boundary decision, and we need the boundary decision to make a DLI decision. So if we could coordinate them to somehow be happening at the same time, if the DLI survey came back and it was obvious that Aspen is we don't even need a boundary change to know that Aspen is the place to put it, then we could move forward. If the survey information comes back and it's all over the board and it's like, okay, we can't do this without a boundary change. So I would favor going forward with the survey, because it sounds like we can't make boundary decisions. We will make better boundary decisions once we have that survey data.
And Mr. Feston, am I correct that a biggest concentration of heritage speakers are closer to Aspen Elementary? Would you say that that's
Closer than
closer than the new school
the new
would be?
one. Okay.
It
They're
would
closer
be,
to Bastion.
yeah,
Well-
between Aspen and Village 9, it's a wash.
It's not closer to Aspen?
It's hard to say they're closer because it's pretty much even.
Really?
It's a wash. The Village 9 side is farther to the west, the Aspen is farther to the north.
I worry that it's short-sighted of us to only consider a DLI program at one of those two schools. We noticed many schools.
So if we were to survey all of those schools, and I don't know if I'm getting to your point, but if we were to survey all of those families, and what we might do is survey every family and say maybe they have younger kids coming up. Let's see what the future of the program is going to look like. What's the level of interest? How much is busing a factor? We can get that information back to you. The risk, in my mind, and others can chime in, the only risk of putting a survey out there is if you survey people, they get their hopes up, and then you disappoint.
Create an expectation.
However, if a survey means that you can make a decision sooner, potentially, then that's a fair trade-off to me. Like, hey, we'll put out the survey. There's a risk that we don't put a program in and people are disappointed. But the upside is big enough that we're willing to take that risk because now we know, hey, there's a high concentration of people who really want this program. Now we can get it in place more rapidly and meet those needs. So that's an option. And the legislation changes, but do we have 90 days or 120? Is it currently
It's
90?
It's 90 days.
90.
So we actually, I mean, that gives us another month. I still wouldn't recommend that because it kind of boxes us in. And if we approved a boundary right at 90 days, that would be faster than we normally have some slack built in for additional
But it
options
sounds
to be
to me
considered.
that the boundary decision will be better made with the DLI data in place.
If the board is looking to make a boundary decision based on, or a DLI decision based on where the interest is and combining that or attaching it at least to a boundary decision, then I think a survey could help you with that information. Like I said, the potential downside is that we survey and we get hopes up, but the upside is that we have lots of good information about who's interested, where they live, and how interested they are. Nikki, I don't know if I...
Yeah, that's helpful. So I'm at a point where I feel like it's time to take the DLI discussion off of the table. So I motion that we remove the DLI discussion from the table.
Second.
So, and it was, what we tabled was the decision to do a survey.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so,
So can I ask a question? So we can't do a survey if it's on the table.
we're
Has to be taken off.
taking it off the table, and then we can make another motion if
Go
there is
ahead.
one.
So I've got a second motion if you've got a first motion, or if you've got a first motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. George to untable the discussion on sending out a survey, and a second by Ms. Richards.
That's an S on there, yeah.
Yeah. Is there further discussion to that motion? Just whether or not we're untabling it? Okay, all in favor of untabling it, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, now it's officially off the table, so we can
So
discuss it.
President Miller, I move that we direct staff to move forward with a DLI interest survey of the net they deem appropriate.
Second.
Okay, so motion is to direct staff to move forward with the DLI interest survey to the net they deem appropriate. Is there discussion to that motion?
I have a question. I thought that my understanding was that the DLI programs were like the process was initiated generally by interested parents in the school. And I don't know, is it like appropriate to start that process in schools where there have not been parent groups who have said they wanted that process started. Whereas I know that at Aspen, I have gotten emails from a lot of individuals, and we've heard from so many individuals from Aspen that, I don't know, is it?
The school community council has been involved.
Yeah, and so is it appropriate to start that polling process at schools where a school community council has not said we are interested in starting this process?
That's an important question for us to clarify. What the survey would be is if there were a program at Aspen. So Aspen asked for the program. Now we're asking other schools
New
whether they would
schools aren't
be
asking for a
interested in
program.
attending.
We're just asking, are you interested in this program over
Oh,
here?
okay.
Now, do
Who's
you-
interested in a program at Aspen?
At Aspen.
Correct.
Now,
Okay.
So that's what the survey would be. Are you
Okay.
interested in a program at Aspen? I'd rather we can do what the board would like us to do. I think after we get the survey results, then we would know whether we ought to consider the new school as an option.
Right.
I think we can ask questions that are focused on placing a program at Aspen, and then we would know whether we need one there and at the new school, or whether the new school's a better spot based on where the interest is. But to avoid confusion, I'd rather just say, would you be interested in a program at Aspen? What if your busing to Aspen went away because of a boundary change? What would the level of commitment be? I mean, we'll put together a unique survey. It's a different sort of situation, but we can base it on surveys we've sent before. But that's a good reminder, because this discussion has gone on for a while. This was all initiated by a school community council letter from Aspen.
Can I ask, is it necessary to specify a school? Aren't we just saying, are you interested? Would you still be interested if you had to give up a bus? Would you still be interested if, does it have to be specific?
It doesn't have to be, but I think it would be more effective by saying which school, because now you know, okay, how far away is that? Is that on the way to work? Is that, I think if we just say somewhere in the area, then we have other schools vying for it. I just think it adds a layer of
I think
confusion.
it muddies it.
So you
Just
know what you're
curious.
really asking, because we're saying this is how far away it would be from your home.
If we are honestly considering 2 programs, did we just make it so we have to survey twice? If we're real specific.
I think having two programs that close, while I'm open to it, would be something we should only do if we have overwhelming numbers. And if we have overwhelming numbers, we're probably going to need to take additional action based on those results. Anyway.
The problem I see is that we don't know if it's the Aspen parents or this new school's parents that is the driving force. Like, who's behind this? Do they live in the same area? I would want us to word it in a way that it could go to either school, and I'd also want to word it in the way that it could begin in the fall of 24-25 or in the fall of 25-26, and that decision has not been made yet, so that they don't get their hopes up, that they know that, we're looking at a lot of different options. But I would be specific enough to get the data, but broad enough that we can pivot on the information we have and make the best decision possible.
I would like to specify a program at Aspen in the survey, personally.
I support that as well.
So you
I
are
think
not
I-
open to multiple programs?
Well, I would like the survey to state, or like to ask, would you be willing to do this, to participate in a program at Aspen? Or like the superintendent mentioned, to gauge how people would respond to a program at Aspen.
But how can they answer that when they don't know if they're going to be going to Aspen as their own school, or that they're going to be asking for a permit? We have no idea.
And I think that needs to be one of the questions. If you got boundaried out of Aspen, would you still be interested?
Yep.
I'm very open to it, and if board members want us to survey about multiple potential locations, we can do that, and we can do it in various ways. To have 2 programs share that border each other, I think would be very out of the ordinary, and would only be something that would be sustainable if we had an overwhelming response. So I think Ms. George is right. We may have to survey again if we are considering a second location. But I think we'll get better data if we just say, this is the school, this is the program, you may lose busing, what's your level of interest based on whether you are in the school boundary or not, and we center it around that, and then we come back if we have an overwhelming response. That's just my suggestion based on the discussion, but if you want to have it more open, we can absolutely do that. Just as a board, let us know which direction you'd like us
See,
to
and
go.
I'm not surveying to see if there's enough for 2 programs. I'm surveying to see if it should be at this school or this school.
Okay?
And I would be a little nervous saying, would you go to a program at Aspen if the end result is it's better at the new school?
So if you don't want to make Aspen the default,
If I would, my preference would be to say, we plan on opening a DLI program in this area. And we want to know, would you support it, even if it's not your boundary school?
so what I worry about is having every school that's surveyed think that they might get a program at their school.
Right,
So
and I
if
don't
I'm-
want to eliminate that.
so if
just
I'm
simply saying
misunderstanding-
it's only going to be at Aspen or the
Sure.
new school.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily want to commit that it's at Aspen, because it might be a better choice to put it at the new school. And I don't want to have to come back and resurvey if all we asked was, would you go to the Aspen program?
So we have at least 4 board members who've talked about it being at somewhere other than Aspen. I guess I was maybe misunderstanding that Aspen was the default and there may be an additional at the new school.
No, that's
But
not
if
what I'm
it's
saying.
either at Aspen or at the new school, then that's just another layer of complication of the survey, but we can combine those 2 concepts
Well,
into one
Aspen is the
survey.
one who has actually approached us and asked for it.
That's the only school that exists.
Right, and I see
Yeah.
Aspen really is also the new school because, I mean, basically, this new school is to alleviate the crowding at Aspen, so.
The parents who are asking for it may actually be in the boundary of the new school. And then it's unfair to say they're asking for an Aspen program when the new school is actually the one that they would be in. So my preference would be to survey, we plan on putting a DLI program either at Aspen or the new elementary school. And we're asking for interest level. It's not going to any of the neighboring schools. It's one of those, and we want to know, are the parents who's asking for it going to end up here or here, and where would we put it? That's the question mark on my tape.
So-
Does that address what you were?
I have a question that I think if we take a few steps backward will help me to understand the desire of the board. Is our intention, our purpose for putting a DLI program, and I understand that there can be many benefits outside of our intended purpose, but is our intended purpose to make a soft landing ground for heritage speakers? Or is our purpose to have a DLI program that increases a student's access to learning Spanish? Because for me, I don't know, and that's muddying my decision. I don't know why we're doing this. I understand that there are many, many reasons why, but what is our core purpose as a board?
And I don't want to choose between those 2.
I think it's both.
I don't want to choose between those
Well,
2.
I'm hearing that our highest concentration of students who are heritage speakers could walk to Bastion, but Bastion's not even on the table for a DLI program? That doesn't make sense to me.
We'd have to move a whole lot of students out of Bastion in order
move
to
out.
move that group in.
There's no place to move them the other direction.
So I think that's highly unlikely.
There is places to move them. It depends on how we decide to draw those boundaries.
So I have I have a couple questions. One of them is, how painful is it to do a survey? is it super painful for administration to do a survey? Like, because I've heard mentioned a couple times we'd have to do a second survey. Is that really painful?
I hope I didn't sound
No.
heavy laden when I said that.
No, I mean,
We're
I've
happy
heard it
to
from
do-
other board members
No,
tonight, and I thought,
happy
is
to
it
do a
horrible to do a survey?
We have Qualtrics. It's not hard to do a survey.
Okay,
We
so a
just wanna
second
be
survey is
thoughtful.
not
We just want to be thoughtful about how frequently we're
inundating
surveying parents.
with surveys.
The thing
Okay.
is survey fatigue.
So from
Okay.
our end, it's not logistically difficult. On
Okay.
the parent end of things, I think it was a good point made earlier that we want to make sure that we're not surveying more than we have to.
Okay.
So the trade-off is putting too much into one survey confusing, and is two surveys make it seem like
It's
the
too
initial survey's response didn't have the impact it should have.
Okay.
So
We always we always survey twice during a boundary
we
change
do.
anyway.
We do, because we go from, as Daryl has said famously, from option A, B, and C to option D, E, or F. So, and I'm not trying to restrict it. If the board wants to, say, consider Bastion, then that goes outside of what we normally have done in the recent past, which is wait for the school to initiate that. So if this is a more broad, we just need clarity on what you want us to survey on. If we have to move students out of a school in order to accommodate a program, that's an unpopular notion. But all of those options are available, and we do want to survey as infrequently as possible. We want that survey also to be clear in its purpose. So I think all of this discussion is really important before we go out with a survey. So I think the question is, do you want us to survey about Aspen specifically? Do you want us to survey about Aspen or the new school? Or do you want us to open it up more broadly than that and just say, if there was any of the schools on this list, and rank these schools, and we can get into something like that. But that goes outside of our normal process, but that doesn't mean we can't do it.
My vote is B.
And so my other question is, as I've seen DLI programs, and I have friends with their children in DLI programs, it seems that as a community ages, and it's possible that the community around this area will never have, like, the schools won't ever decrease in students or something, but in some DLI programs, it seems like permit students help keep DLI programs going, so that there are enough students to have the 2 classrooms plus the 2 DLI classrooms. So isn't it helpful to have some out of boundary students participating in the DLI program, or is that?
Yes, it's a delicate balance. If the school is too large, there's not room for the DLI program. If it's too small, then you don't have enough students to sustain non-DLI classes. So it's a tricky balance. What helps us is that because the board changed the rules or the procedure for deciding who participates in the program, the principal and those designated by policy to make the decision can put together a process for prioritizing applicants so that we get the right blend that allows us to sustain a good size of class outside of DLI and within DLI. So that change in the process can help us balance that out going forward. But I think that this is a growing area, allows for greater flexibility in addressing those needs. We have eliminated dual language immersion programs over the years when they did not have adequate participation. So there is a precedent for doing that if, farther down the road, there's not the interest that there was, or it's disrupting enrollment. You just stop adding a grade level at the bottom and you allow everyone currently in the program to continue through. So long term, there's an exit strategy if it's necessary, and the procedures the board put in place will allow us to create a balanced enrollment within that program.
So President, my motion assumed option B, that we would be surveying a program either at Bastion or at the new school. If
And then-
anyone wants to make a substitute, but that would be my assumption in the motion.
And your net is.
I'll second that.
Aspen or the
Aspen.
new school?
Aspen, not
And the
Bastion.
net is still what they deem appropriate.
We'll send it to you to have a look at it before it goes out.
Okay, so the motion is that a survey goes out about starting interest in starting a DLI program at Aspen or the new school to the net that administration deems appropriate.
That's my motion.
Further discussion to that motion.
For the record, I seconded it.
And Mr. Robinson seconded it.
And I would like to make a substitute motion to just include a program at Aspen in the survey, like with the assumption that the DLI program would be at Aspen in the survey.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion that the survey would just be about a DLI program at Aspen to the net administration deems appropriate. And that was made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Ms. Richards. Is there discussion to that motion?
I'll make a comment. This is Mr. Dunford's area. I really want to support him. I think both items on the table are good, but I just really want to support this board member in his area. He's the one that's going to probably take the brunt of the calls.
And in my mind, the school community council for Aspen is also the school community council for the new school right now because they don't have people.
Yep. I agree.
Okay, so let's take a vote on the substitute motion, and that is to send the survey about a DLI program at Aspen to the net the administration deems appropriate. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Was that Ms. Dean and Ms. Richards? Those opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, so that motion fails 5-2. So now we go back to the original motion, which is to do an interest survey for a program at either Aspen or the new elementary to the net deemed appropriate. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
I'll support.
Okay, so that motion passes unanimously then.
Can I clarify and get the board's desire on timing? We can send it out as soon as possible, but with the holidays looming, a lot of things on people's minds, we could come back and survey in January once the holidays have passed and return on say the 23rd of January with results, or we could do it sooner.
I'd like to see it as soon as possible. This community is anxious and
I agree, as
Time
soon
is
as
a
possible.
factor.
I think during the holidays, yes, it's a busy time, but people have a little bit of downtime somewhere. They'll probably read a survey and answer it.
Great. Yep. Just want to clarify.
Not traveling until school's out, and so they're going to be home. I'd say as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
So we will survey them about Aspen, we'll survey them about the new school, and we'll ask specifically if you're currently bused to Aspen or would expect to be bused to the new school if you were in that boundary. We'll ask about the busing factor. I didn't phrase that well, but we'll include that as the question. We'll send a draft out to you to be sure we're hitting it, because we've had, from every board member, we've had a question that I want to be sure we address in the survey adequately, because I know you're all looking for good information from this. So we'll send it to you and welcome any suggestions and look forward to getting those results. So
If it feels like you're not getting a good response, or as good as you expected, will you bring that back to us, or maybe we could extend the deadline and send out a reminder?
Certainly, we can. I mean,
Flexibility to
either
do
way,
that.
the next time we meet is January 9th. We could bring the survey results back then, unless something unforeseen came up and we weren't getting the results. But I don't anticipate that.
We always send a reminder, and we may even have each school send it out. Sometimes an email from the school attracts more attention than an email from the district. So we'll try both. We'll get specifically the kindergarten, the response of parents of current kindergartners, I think, would be a key demographic we want to be sure we're getting a good response from. So, okay, thank you.
Just another thing in the survey too, make sure people understand that the program starts in first grade. We've had emails from people that think they can start it in the third grade and the fourth grade. And so, okay. All right, any other clarifications on that? Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just to clarify, so with that comment, we are limiting this to only starting in first grade? Is that what I'm understanding from that?
I didn't know there was any other options for the program.
I understand that it has had some variance in other, as in a starting year.
I mean, that's a true point. We did mention last time the possibility of starting a first and a second grade.
You're correct that is an option. USBE has indicated that you can start in different grades. It just means, what it means is that as a third grade teacher, now you have a different groups of kids and different curriculum, because some are better prepared than others because they've had more time. And we can do summer programs and other things to try to get kids caught up, but I'm not sure that you're able to replace the year. That's not an argument against it. That's just a consideration.
The number of heritage speakers that we're looking to accommodate, those teachers are going to be differentiating.
That's true.
Regardless.
Yeah. So for now, we'll stick with the program starts in first grade, but
Data might reveal many things.
I would say I would remain open to changes to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not ready to have that conversation, but I'm not ready to throw it out.
Good point.
So we shouldn't ask that question, but we may want to if we find that there's overwhelming interest. Okay. And you're right. When you have a large number of heritage speakers, that's I think that's a factor that helps, that lifts everyone, because you have more listening and speaking going on. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is a continued discussion on funding options for this new elementary school that we're talking about in South Jordan. Mr. Dunford.
We have, Mr. Larson emailed out a funding tool. Remember, these are capital funds. These are not general funds. These are capital funds. Mr. Larson emailed out a capital funding tool. I hope you've been playing with that. We do not have to make a decision tonight, but the sooner we make a decision, the better. I am prepared to make a decision tonight. I don't know how many of you are. So tonight's discussion is really, where are you? We can have a discussion about alternatives, and I would propose this, and what was your proposal? We do not have to make a decision tonight. If we make a decision even up till February, we'd be okay. But I, for one, am prepared to make a decision tonight. So the question we have, the question on the table is, have you thought through the process? Would you like to hear other board members' recommendation? Or should we just put a motion on the table and you react to it?
I would like to hear what our business administrator recommends. Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Larson?
His was included in the tool.
Oh, yeah.
His recommendation was included in the tool, if you took a good look at that, and that was by assignment to say, you put in the tool what you recommend doing. And so rather than put him on the spot, I would just encourage you to pull up that tool and look at what his recommendation was.
There were two.
One was the sample.
Sample and an additional example. Which one would you call your recommendation, Mr. Larson?
The additional example has the recommendation for the school. Although in order to demonstrate additional options for the board, I put in some things in that red area just as, not that I'm recommending, but that I just needed the board to understand a little more about the red area. So, but as far as the yellow goes, that was my thought. Does that help you, or should I just say it?
Just say it.
I'm thinking a lease revenue bond would be very appropriate.
And that is my recommendation as
Mine
well.
too.
Mine too.
So I loved the tool and really appreciated the opportunity to go through different scenarios and work it out in my mind, because I was cash. I was like, we need to pay cash for this school. But the more I dug in and played around with this, I changed my mind. So it was really helpful. To me, it kind of, a lot of it comes down to when we're going to build our next middle school. And how and when. But I started playing around, but I was able to play around with those different scenarios. And I'm also now, I mean, there is one scenario where I still ended up with paying cash for this school, but that was really contingent on when the next middle school was, and that's
just
a big
think-
if right now. So I am going lease revenue bond.
I just think leaving that cash there gives us more options down the road. I like the lease revenue bond myself, especially in light of the fact that, you know, it might be messed with in this session of the legislature.
It may be an option that is no longer available to us.
Correct. And we've had some good experience with it, so I don't see it as a negative at all.
So President Miller, I would like to put a motion on the table. I move that we fund the new elementary school in Daybreak by means of a lease revenue bond and instruct staff to begin the procedure of putting that in place.
I'll second
I'll
that.
second it. Or Marilyn can do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards, to direct staff to begin the process of putting together a lease revenue bond for the new school in South Jordan that will open in 2025, new elementary school. Okay, discussion to that motion.
I was thinking also along the cash line, just to pay for it. You know, part of that was based on our current forecast that we received a couple months ago from our demographer. I won't name him because John mentioned I shouldn't name people. Mr. Feston showed a flat forecast. We're growing in some areas and we're not in others, so it's kind of flat. We have two schools. We have the Flex building currently under construction and Village 9, and no other schools on the horizon. We don't have any others in our building plan until I think 2029, when we're committed to build an elementary school. Is that accurate?
Across U-111.
Yeah. So that's where I was hoping, because we don't have any other schools in the next 5 years, I would prefer to pay for it in cash, but I was curious why you
We don't
changed.
know that we don't have schools in the next 5 years. We are waiting for some seismic studies. There could be some major projects on the horizon that we just don't know about yet. There's a huge uncertainty about that. So that's why I would probably lean more towards, you know, having lease revenue on this one. Then we can use whatever cash we have once we know what our future building plans are going to be. We don't know that we won't go out to a bond before those 5 years are up. We just don't know.
Yeah, and my switch was thinking that we will need a middle school. I mean, I think we've got about 5 years, but I think within 5 or 6 years we would need it. And if we go lease revenue bonds, we can make those payments without raising taxes.
Yeah, as I look at that forecast, if we were to just close the door and say in the next 5 years we won't need that, that leaves some very large middle schools in our district.
I don't think we don't have a plan because we don't have a plan, and we don't have a plan because there's question marks that need to be addressed
First, yes.
soon. We very much have a plan, and we've been talking about that plan for years. But there are some question marks that we've asked the superintendent to come back as soon as he can with some proposals.
Do you need to build new schools in a district that's not growing?
Yes,
There are times when you need to build new schools in a district that's not growing.
yes.
We need to be very careful to call ourselves a district that's not growing. The current demographics don't show for that, but we are in a housing situation right now that balloon can change overnight. You know, interest rates drop. There's so much variability out there. We've got to be prepared to act on that. We have very full schools, and if we're not proactive, we could find ourselves very significantly far behind.
And also, we talked about the level of discomfort that we as a board are willing to accept, or like we ranked the different options as far as like cross-district busing or year-round school, or things that could utilize all the seats in the district for all the students in the district, but some of those are found to be too uncomfortable for this board.
What's the purpose of the reserve in the capital fund?
Emergency.
And can someone give me some examples
School
of
burns
capital emergencies?
School burns down. Earthquake.
When was the last time, John, in your memory, that we had to use the capital funds for these types of emergencies? I'm not saying that they're never going to happen, of course. That's a possibility, but I'm just curious. Schools burning down.
Are you talking about the fund balance?
Yeah. I mean, is that what we would use to pay for this new school?
If we did cash?
If we did cash?
Yes.
No?
Not all of it.
Not all of it. There's sufficient cash to build a school without dipping below that target threshold. But then the question is the other projects that the board has discussed, or the other school that's coming up, how do we work with that? That's why the tool was just to play with different options, because there's so many different variables that could occur. But cash is certainly an option.
But a cash option takes all those other possibilities off the table. We can't even consider them.
What other possibilities are you referring to, Daryl?
Look under the additional example. All those in red are some of them, but when the seismic studies come back, we may find out that we need to move on a school that we didn't expect a lot quicker than we had ever anticipated. You know, we just don't know what they're going to say. We anticipate they're going to say good things and that we'll be fine, but we don't know that for sure. And so by using up all of our cash, then all of a sudden we're put in a situation that we have to go out to bond to fix some things.
You cannot. Oops, sorry, Daryl.
Where if we keep a little bit of cash on reserve until some of those future projects are cleared up, and I think they'll be cleared up soon, and then we can use that cash to go out to build that middle school or whatever.
And you cannot use a lease revenue bond on a rebuild. It needs to be a new build.
Okay.
Or a part. You can't use it on a part. Well, I guess you can, but it's not wise. A part of a building.
And for me, if we use cash for this school now, but then we need another school besides these two elementaries on here, we would likely have to raise taxes to get that other school. But if we go the least revenue bond route and save our cash to make those bond payments, then we've got enough money to keep making those payments if we have to do another school without having to raise taxes. So I think it's better for the taxpayer.
For sure.
So let me understand. There are some things that we can, as far as our capital fund is concerned, there are some things that we can use the cash for, and there's some things that we can use a lease revenue bond for. Only a lease revenue bond, or a lease revenue bond can only be used for certain things. Is it just
Correct.
new buildings?
Generally, new buildings, very large projects, you could probably do a lease revenue bond, but new buildings is the best example.
Building becomes the collateral on the loan.
Right.
So a lease revenue bond is much more restricted money than the capital money that we have.
Okay. And so if we use our less restrictive money on a project that we could use a lease revenue bond on, we might not be able to do the opposite.
Right,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, so we had a motion, right? We had a motion on the table to direct staff to move forward with a lease revenue bond for the new elementary school in South Jordan. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Daryl, were you a yes?
I was a yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Mr. Larson, do you have any questions?
No, I'll begin working with our financial advisor and bond counsel on moving this forward. As was mentioned earlier, it's not a big rush, but we can begin planning and maybe timing. As you may know, the Federal Open Markets Committee is meeting tomorrow. So there may be some changes, although the bets placed are that there won't be changes for tomorrow. So
No increase, no decrease.
yeah,
That's the
hold it steady. So, but we'll begin working on strategies of maximizing the benefit out of that to save money.
And this is a motion to move forward. We will be voting on this again.
Oh,
In the future.
There'll be several other formal votes that would need to be taken for this to move forward, including a public hearing.
So if things change in the financial markets, we have the ability to
We
change.
can change. That is correct. You're not locked into anything at the moment. Hey, if I may take I would just love to reiterate that what the Jordan School District Board has done with lease revenue bonds in this manner and in past bonds has saved taxpayers a lot of money. I know there's some arguments for other situations, but this board's approach has been very appropriate and has been utilizing a tool very appropriately to save taxpayers money, and I applaud the board for that. I'm not trying to, the whole cash option is still there, but there's other options or other things you could do that are less tax friendly, and this tool has been the tool used to save taxpayers that money. It's a very nice tool.
Thank you. Okay, we will.
Nice as yours, though. John, that tool was, I gotta toot his horn again. I just don't think people realize what an incredible mind put that together to make it so convenient to just put a number here, and I just saw instantly all the results. It was just brilliant. So I am on Team John Larson, that's for sure. Call me captain or president, whatever you want. But
I second that.
Yes, and it really did make a big difference for me. So, thank you. Okay, our next agenda item is revisions to board policy GP 110, public participation at board meetings. We talked about this a couple of months ago. The board suggested some changes, and Mr. Van Komen and I put together a red line version, and then we ended up tabling this just due to time at our last meeting. So we will bring it back to you again with the changes, and just to recap, a few of them were just cleanup language in it. The big change is in C. Previously, we said only people within the district could speak unless they had prior approval of the board president, and state law has changed on that, and so our recommendation is to change it so that our patron comment time is allotted first to residents of the district, and then if time permits, we will take those that live out of the district. And then we cleaned up some of the language on when comments are submitted electronically. And then also added some verbiage that's also in state law now, that we only take comments on issues that are germane to the authority of the board. We added the Utah Code reference on the 14 about the mayors, in case people are wondering where that came from. So does anyone have any questions or suggestions for this policy?
On all the pages say in the header, page 1 of 2. The last one says page 3 of 2.
Good
Might want to update that.
Okay, good catch.
I would like to propose that we discuss eliminating the elected official time. I think there was a time and a place where that was appropriate. We had agreements in place. I think it has outgrown its usefulness, and I would like to at least discuss removing that and giving that time to the public, the community.
And I think that in number 1, where it says patron comment time and it's changed to allotted first to residents of the Jordan District, students, parents, guardians of current students, and current employees of the district. All others may address the board if time permits. I think that elected officials who are living in our school district would be patrons that could address the board during that time. But then if they are elected officials who do not live within the boundaries of the school district, it would be, if time permits, possible.
I'm asking to remove this from the agenda.
Oh, but that's not part of the policy.
Yeah, that's not actually in policy. That's just kind of our practice as a board.
So is that what that means? That like if a...
But you bring up something, because right now we say patron comment time is allotted first to residents.
Yeah.
And current employees.
Yeah.
So employees don't have to live in the district. They can still sign up to speak. Do we need to add elected officials that
No, I don't
live in our
think
district
so.
and let them speak during the
Well, I feel like
priority time?
they could be part of the if time permits. So like
I don't like that.
So if
I don't like
somebody,
that. I think it sends a bad message to our partners that we're not interested in having them come. This is not overused. It was overused in one situation, but I'd hate to make a policy. We have some really good elected officials that do come out and make some positive comments on occasions, and I'd hate to chase those opportunities away.
I'm not talking about changing the policy. I'm just thinking about the practice of how we implement this policy. So when it says all others may address the board if time permits, anyway, I think that it's okay to people who aren't a part of the Jordan School District, either as employees or families of students or residents within the boundaries of the Jordan School District. I think that it's okay that all others may give their public comment if time permits.
And Daryl, let me clarify. I'm not asking that we stop that. I think what we do is we leave it up to the discretion of the president to call on elected official and offer them a chance to speak. I am just saying we draw attention to the fact that there are not elected officials here to speak to us every meeting. We draw attention. Are there any elected officials? Oh, nope, there aren't any. And so I would like to eliminate it from the agenda and leave it to the discretion of the president to say, I noticed that Mayor so-and-so is here, would you like to speak to the board? Rather than putting it as a placeholder on our agenda.
And I totally agree with that. I think that they shouldn't be at the end if we have time, though. I think that they should be included in the patron comments at first, and we give them a 6-minute time limit. I have 2 representatives that represent me. The one lives in Tooele and one lives in Utah County. They don't live in our district, so if we say they got to live in the district, that prevents them from coming to a meeting and speaking. And so I just want to be able to leave it open. This is not used that often, but I just want them to feel welcome in our meetings.
So, Mr. Robinson, are you saying to add to the policy that we'll take residents, current employees of the district, and elected officials representing our district, to add that to the policy?
I would be in favor of that.
I would too. And I would be in favor of eliminating it from the agenda.
And then just eliminate it as a placeholder on the agenda.
And I'm in favor of that also.
Yeah.
It is true, we're pointing out the light that, they're not in our meetings.
Almost every time we point out that they're not there.
And yet many of them are listening, they are participating, so I think it is appropriate to take it off the agenda, but still leave room for that to be done and to put a timetable in there so that, someone doesn't go off too long. But they can request to be on our agenda.
Yeah, I would support adding elected officials to our policy, even if they live outside of our district, as long as they represent part of our district. I support doing that. I would keep with the 3-minute limit, though. If they have something more to discuss, let's have an agenda item for them.
Yep.
I can support that. I wanted 6, but I can do 3.
Okay, is everyone else okay adding elected officials representing the district to the people who can speak first?
And they'd be bound by the same rules as everyone else.
Yeah.
In that capacity, unless if they had something that they thought would take more than 3 minutes, they would contact you.
Yeah.
Presumably to, okay.
Yeah, for an agenda item.
That sounds great.
I support that.
Okay. Everyone okay with that change?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other changes? And do you want to see this again at another study session, or should I bring it to vote in January?
I would choose to go vote for it.
Yep.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
On C2, when it says no more than 45 minutes will be allocated to patron comments in a board meeting. Frequently, our president chooses to allow that to go over. Does that inhibit that ability?
I think letter E says
letter E.
the board reserves the right to waive or alter this procedure if, in the opinion of the board, it is warranted by the circumstances at any particular meeting. I think that covers us.
Yes.
Now, I haven't always asked you when I've gone over 45 minutes. If it looks like it's going to go way over, I've asked, but sometimes when I'm like, I just let it keep going.
It's part of the responsibility of the chairman of the board too, so.
And it rarely goes over 45 minutes.
So are you comfortable with that if E's in there?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. We will be ready to vote on this then in January. And did we make it to the end of our study session?
Yeah, can you believe that?
Woohoo. Checking. Okay, great. We will take a break then and start our business meeting out in the big room at 6:30.
And by the way, Nikki's birthday is coming, so I have some treats over here.
That's so nice.
Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is December 12th, 2023. We are at the JATC South building, and I will introduce who is up here. Starting down on this end, we have our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, board member Bryce Dunford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Nikki George. I'm Tracy Miller. Joe Robinson is joining us online. Do we have Mr. Robinson on? Okay, so he is joining us virtually. Mr. Brian Barnett, our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, Mr. John Larson. Thank you all for being here today. We know this is a busy time of year, and we appreciate you taking the time to come to our board meeting. It's our last board meeting of the year, and we're all looking forward to the upcoming winter break. So thank you all for being here. We are especially excited to have our JATC North and South campuses here with us tonight. Excited to learn more about them. We are going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And the guard will be Bryce Bedell, Jay Larson, Braxton Johnson, Trinity Grubb, Bree Rocco, and Zara McComey. And their instructor is Richard Clayton. After the Pledge of Allegiance, we will then have the reverence by Derek Sorensen from JATC South. And the guard is also from JATC South. So you may go ahead.
Attention! Prepare to hoist the colors. Hoist colors. Forward march. Present arms. Will the audience please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order arms. About face. Prepare to post the colors. Post colors. Dress out. Forward march.
Good evening, board members. My name is Derek Sorensen, and I am here representing the criminal justice program here at the South Campus of JTech. I've chosen one of my favorite poems, and it's called If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for the doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you give your life to, broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose, and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve to serve your turn long after you're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have celebrating schools, and we have two campuses for JATC, a north and a south. So first we will hear from Julia Freire Sabino, who is the JATC Student Council President of JATC North, and then we'll hear from Jace Robinson, who is from JATC South.
Good evening, Jordan School District Board members. Good morning, not good morning, sorry. President Miller, Superintendent Godfrey, board members, and Dr. Anderson. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Julia Freire, and I today represent the JATC North Campus. And alongside with Chase, would like to share some good news and accomplishments from both North and South campuses.
JATC offers a distinctive educational experience that our district takes pride in. We are immensely appreciative towards our school board and leadership for recognizing the significance of career and technical education and the transformative impact JATC has on our lives. It provides us with an invaluable chance to dive into academic content deeply and acquire skills pivotal for our future careers.
I would like to mention some of JATC North highlights. We have many areas of academic and practical learning. INTES lab work in biotechnology, programming and software development in computer programming, design skills in web development and digital media, healthcare training in CNA, MA, dental and veterinary science, precision in pharmacy data analysis, innovation in engineering prototype building, real-world experiences through internships, and learning about flight plans and air interpretation in aviation. We also had some amazing achievements recently. 2 students secured competitive internship opportunities at SkillsTrack. A former student was featured in a national magazine for achievements in digital media. Over 250 students participated in state and national CTSO competitions. Megan Fensworth placed 4th in medical assisting at the national HOSA competition. We are looking forward to our future by preparing for upcoming CTSO competitions in HOSA, FFA, TSA, and Skills USA, and look forward to competing in the spring. We aim to surpass our previous successes and achievements. My personal favorite experience in JTAC was first joining my actual class last year. It was a computer programming class, and I met a teacher. His name is Mr. Hershey, and he really became a mentor to me. Because of my financial background, going to college wasn't really a choice. I didn't have access to all the information about scholarships and internships and applying to actual colleges and getting the financial help that I have. And he really has been helping me a lot with that. So it's really good to have some kind of company to help me deal with my questions and my career background and plans.
Let's now talk about some JTC South highlights. Students at JTC South have been accumulating professional hours in hair design, barbering, and nail tech, learning about business management through horticulture, landscape landscape management, sales, practical experience in teacher education practicums, law enforcement insights in criminal justice, technical skills in welding, and essential training in fire science and EMT. We are starting to prepare for the spring CTSO competitions, aiming to add to our state-winning flag collection in the Commons area. Over 300 students competed in state competitions and more than 50 at nationals through programs like Educators Rising, FFA, HOSA, and Skills USA. Our goal is to elevate our representation and success at both state and national levels. I love JATC because it has given me the opportunity to reach my career goals in a fun, educational way.
The environment at JTC is one of passion and dedication. The quality of instruction from our teachers is unparalleled, and the enthusiasm among students is infectious. We're not just focused on our academic growth, but we're also honing our skills for the future.
We sincerely thank you for your unwavering support on our educational journey and look forward to achieving even greater heights together. We warmly invite you to visit both our campuses to experience our learning environments firsthand. Thank you for your time and for endorsing our endeavors at JATC.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great to learn about all the good things going on at JTC and the Junior Honor Guard. Fantastic job on the flag ceremony. Can we get everyone here who is involved with JTC, either as students or faculty or parents of students, to stand up? Thank you. Now we'd like the students to come up, starting down on this end. We would like to shake your hands, and we have a pin for you also.
Love the poem. How you doing?
Oh yeah, don't
Hi. Grab a pen. Yes. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Good job. Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Awesome job. My dad.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for being here. What program are you doing?
Nice to meet you.
What about you? What program?
Program aerospace engineering.
Nice to meet you.
Wow, awesome. What program are you doing?
Nice to
How you
meet you.
doing?
Good. How you doing?
Thanks for coming. Awesome job
Hi.
today.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Take the pen. Your sign underneath.
Good booming voice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to JATC for being here. We really appreciate you coming and appreciate hearing more about the JATC programs. You're welcome to stay. Our meetings are super exciting, but we also know you're also really excited to get home and do your homework. And if that's the case, we're not offended if you leave. So, thank you. I know, I'm the mother of some teenagers. We get it. Okay, next is our board recognitions. Mr. Robinson, do you want to go first with a recognition?
Yeah, I sure wish I was there. I love our JATC programs, and I'm grateful for the group that we're going to present today. A couple weeks ago, I was invited over to Harriman High School on a Sunday afternoon to welcome this great group of young men back. It's the Harriman cross country team. Could they just stand up? These are, I can't see you standing, so I'm just going to assume that you're up. These are members of the Harriman cross country team, and they competed in the Nike cross country national championships. They beat out 22 other teams that qualified throughout the nation. And as far as I'm aware, this is the first time the state of Utah has won a state championship. There was a time that one of our cross country teams were voted in as national champions, but never in a competition. So just wanted to mention these great young men who have worked hard and their team. And if we can have them come up and meet the board, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dunford.
Would you guys just go to the podium and state your name? That's an honor worthy of hearing your name.
Yes, thank you.
I'm Hiram Wood.
Tayshawn Ogomo. I'm Jack Beckstrom.
Max Hoffines. I'm Micah Tang. Jonah Tang. William Stedman.
Head coach Doug Souls.
And assistant coach Teresa Souls.
That's awesome, thank you.
Congratulations. Grab a pin.
So are these shoes
Congratulations. National champs.
Oh, they are
Nice job,
sharp.
guys. Grab a pin. Grab a pin. Congratulations. Grab a pin.
Congrats. Nice accomplishment. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations. Coach, take a pin.
Congratulations.
Nice job. Thank you so much.
You guys confuse people.
Well done.
I already passed you.
No. And it looks amazing. They're all wearing the matching shoes.
Nice job, Coach.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Congratulations so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Coach. Thanks for your hard work, everybody, and we really appreciate the things that are happening in all of our schools, but especially at National Championship that you brought home to Harriman High School. Thank you.
I have a son that did cross country, and so I know all your early morning runs, even in the cold, and your after school runs. It's a lot of work. Amazing dedication. Congratulations.
Most people wouldn't know that I was a cross country runner years ago, and my body moved a little faster, but never a national champion.
And thank you, Mr. Kornberg, for being here too, principal of the school. Your support is important. Thank you. Do we have anyone else, any parents of athletes here? If you are, stand up.
Can we hear from the coaches?
Sure, briefly.
Sorry, yeah, we really appreciate the recognition. I think this was really a personal one for our kids. They really wanted to bring the national championship back to Harriman and set that standard of excellence for Utah in general. So super exciting for our program. We get a lot of support from our principal in the school. So these guys do work extremely hard. To win this is mathematically near impossible to do. So for them to be able to put it together and be ranked number one most of the season in the nation is truly an honor for our school and for our program. And we're just really thankful to everybody for the support.
just wanted to add how proud we are of these kids, and this couldn't have been accomplished without all of the support of their families, their parents, siblings, a lot of sacrifice on so many people's part. Principal Kornberg has been amazing and so supportive to us as a coaching staff and to my husband, bringing him on to do great things with these kids. And these kids have bought in and done what it takes to make greatness come. And as was mentioned, I'm grateful you mentioned that. This is the first time that any Utah team has won NXN Nike Cross Nationals from Utah boys or girls. And in the entire Southwest, 5 states that we compete in our region, they're the only boys team to ever bring the Nike Cross National Championship home to the Southwest region. So we're very proud of them.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. And we'll say the same thing to you. You're welcome to stay, but if you want to leave, we're fine with that too. Any other board member recognitions? Ms. Dean.
I just wanted to mention that I was able to attend the Majestic Elementary School, Majestic Elementary Arts Academy, the Arts Academy of our school district. I was able to go to their gala, and it is always just extraordinary to hear the music that these kids make and see the art that they produce. Also, I would like to mention that the second Family Community Center opened in our district at Joel P. Jensen Middle School, where there are free English classes during I should have brought a schedule, but there are free English classes taught there, 2 different classes, and they're twice a week each. Anyway, so thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I was able to, speaking of Family Engagement Center at Joel P., there's also one at Copper Mountain Middle School, and I was able to visit an English class at the Family Engagement Center at Copper Mountain Middle School last week, and I'm just really grateful that that is a resource that we have here in our community and within our district. It was a great experience. They were able to ask me questions and learn a little bit about school government, so it was good. I also was a judge for the We the People program, and their congressional hearing at South Jordan Elementary School, and that is something that 5th graders do. There's not very many schools in our district that do it, but there's a few that do this We the People program. The teacher, Ms. Whitroper, is the one that spearheads this. It's a lot of work, but it's an amazing experience for those students, and really an honor to be able to judge their congressional hearing. These 5th graders know so much about how our federal government works and about civics, and it was just very cool to go and hear from them. And I also attended the musical at Hidden Valley Middle School, and I wish I could make it to all the schools' musicals. There's a lot of fun ones going on, but Hidden Valley did Frozen, and they had so many kids that wanted to participate. They did 2 full casts and put it on 4 nights with 2 different casts. So many kids participating, and it's great to see that opportunity for them. Superintendent, do you have a recognition?
My recognition is just the work that everyone did with Christmas for Kids. That was a tremendous day, Saturday morning. Over 600 kids were helped with money that was fundraised through the Jordan Education Foundation. And there were many volunteers there to help shop at Walmart, who's been a great supporter. They're on 106th. And just, it was more emotional even this year than it has been in years past. I don't know why, but there was an added impact for me, and I think for a lot of other people. It was very moving to see the need, but also to see the level of support from the community. It's really fun for me to see the turnout. Just it's kind of a reunion for me where I get to see people that I maybe only get to see at Christmas for Kids, who work in the district or live in the district. And there were even people from other districts who had volunteered and said, I'm going to round up as many people as I can. So it's an important holiday tradition for a lot of people who take part in that. And it's personal. It's not just about a donation. It's about a donation and then a connection and relationship with the student that you get to shop with. And you get some insight into their the struggles that they're dealing with, and you're able to help them make the most of that donation. And many at the register will round up on that donation. There are students who don't use the money for gifts. They use the money to buy food. And we do our best to identify those students and to provide some additional support. But it's a great event. It's a life-changing event, and I'm very grateful to those who gather the names of students who need help. We have representatives from all of our secondary schools there. We have just a huge turnout from the community and the foundation. This is one of many pushes that they make to create a real impact. So they change the lives of those who receive some assistance, and they change the lives of those who are able to be part of providing that support. So it's a great program.
You. All right, next on our agenda is our patron comment section, and we as a board encourage public engagement and welcome the opportunity to hear from our residents, students, and employees. So we will take public comment at this time for those that have signed up, and I don't have anyone that's signed up in person. We do have some online comments. If you is anyone here that meant to sign up and missed that? Okay. We give each person 3 minutes to speak, and the board does not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. We ask that comments be age appropriate, and we don't discuss the items if they're not on the agenda, but we may discuss them at a future meeting or ask staff to follow up on them. So we will ask Mr. Larson now to read our online comments.
All right, the first one is Shauna Robertson. It would be so great if we could be trusted as professionals to develop meaningful, rigorous, inclusive curricula for our classes. I appreciate the idea that parents have a say in their children's education, but only for their children, not for all children. The concept that keeps coming up of community values being the standard assumes every family is on the same page, is naive, and discourages the kinds of diversity that makes public education a rich experience that prepares students for life beyond school. If parents want total control, they do have a say, homeschool or a charter school with their particular value system as the driving force. I think it is interesting that our district trusts and encourages us to use artificial intelligence, but give no credit to the collective, trained, and certified intelligence already in our buildings. Shauna Robertson. Amy Rodriguez Deinhardt. Esteemed members of the board, my name is Amy Deinhardt, and I am an educator at Aspen Elementary, proudly serving an amazing group of fourth graders. I genuinely love Aspen Elementary School, so much so that I transferred my daughter from our home in Alpine District this year. My little girl is happy and thriving, which is all a parent wants for their child. Aspen is truly a wonderful school. I write to you because a big push is currently being made by parents and the community at large for the launching of a dual language immersion program, with Spanish being the language of choice. Based on comments made at the last board meeting, it seems the community believes this program will provide much needed support for our non-English speaking students. I humbly but strongly disagree. There is no doubt that Aspen Elementary has a large and growing population of Latino and Hispanic students at this time. And board, I will email you this comment. I'm going to skip a couple sentences here. DLI would not be beneficial in instances where students that speak the immersion language, such as Spanish, are unable to access content in their native language, much less the content being taught in English. Whereas DLI would certainly provide students whose native language is English an excellent opportunity to be fully immersed in academic Spanish, which would reinforce their understanding of grade level content. It would not provide adequate support to students who currently are not proficient in their own language. I must say that I am one of the lucky ones, though. I happen to be bilingual and able to provide guidance and instruction in both English and Spanish. Technology and creative juggling of the daily schedule has allowed my teammates and I to provide much needed one-to-one support for our students as we continue to help them learn phonics, high-frequency words, counting within 20, and basic addition and subtraction. Morning meetings and other classroom check-ins have allowed us to keep an eye on peer interactions while fostering relationships between all of our students. Comments were made regarding recess and other social occasions. Yes, it is common to see native English speakers flocking together, just as it is common to see MLs cluster together during non-structured times, such as recess. Similarly, however, you'll note that teachers that teach the same grade tend to stick together during meetings and more. We can all certainly engage and interact positively with teachers of other grade levels, but there is just something comforting when we can hang out with our own. Having said that, when we are in our classrooms, I can honestly say it goes on quite a bit more. I will email it to the board.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our patron comments section. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items, and will you name each of those?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items: A, board minutes; B, Kings Peak Virtual High School Community Council membership; C, LEA specific educator licensing; D, social media litigation representation agreement; E, ratification of prior action regarding amendment to timeline for Ivory Land Development Property Trade Agreement.
And a second. Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the consent agenda items A through E as named. I just want to point out on E, we voted on that at our last meeting without a proper motion and a second. And so this is just to make sure we have a motion and a second on the record for that vote, in case you're wondering. Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda items A through E as named, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda items?
I move that we accept the consent agenda items. Should I name them all?
No, you don't need to on this one. They're the same as always. Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to accept the consent agenda items. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for the first bid?
I move that we accept the bid for Riverton High School Chromebooks and licenses.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for Riverton High School Chromebooks and Google licenses. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, see none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for a bid B?
I move that we accept the bid for the career and technical education Fanuc robots with NOCD certification training for JATC North and Copper Hills High School.
Second.
Well done. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for career and technical education FANUC robots and NOCD certification training for JTC North and Copper Hills High School. Is there discussion to that motion?
I just wanted to point out for those listening that the funds for this are coming from a grant. Is that's accurate? Carl Perkins grant, okay.
You want to come forward? Thank you. I'm assuming that's something that the school applied for, or the CTE department applied for.
Yes, that's correct. The Carl D. Perkins is a federal grant that's allocated to Jordan School District every year based on a number of variety of factors with the intent to improve or upgrade current programs. And so this grant has been allocated this year with a request for the FANUC robotic arms to be implemented to bring certification to our students at Copper Hills and at JATC North. The JATC North campus includes students from all over the district that will have the opportunity to participate in that industry certification. Does that help?
This grant, is it pretty broad in its scope as far as how it can be used then?
In the ask, it can be broad, everything from agriculture to business and marketing and across the spectrum. But each year we have an opportunity to upgrade or to update the grant language. And so in this instant, we were looking at the industry demand. In the state of Utah, the Utah Manufacturing Association is very interested in building a workforce. And one of those components is automation and robotics. And so the robotic arm, we do a lot of automation and robotics currently, but these robotic arms will allow us to be a preparatory track for students as they get interested in those career fields. So broad this year, though, we did hone in on what the industry was asking. So every year we can update it. So we're always looking for new areas and new suggestions. The welding bid that was approved last time was also part of that grant. And so we do look at various areas. So if that helps, does that help? Okay.
Is there any more discussion? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
We have a motion to approve the bid for career and technical education FANUC robots with NOCD certification training for JTC North and Copper Hills High School. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, our next item, we are on to our special business items. Our next item is a budget hearing, and we will have a recommendation to approve the amended budget for our 23-24 fiscal year. Mr. Dunford.
Several years ago, we found that it was a little daunting and a little overwhelming for board members to approve all the amendments to a budget at the end of the budget. We wanted to just be able to tackle them a little bit at a time. Many of you in our meetings where a decision is made and something's going to happen, and there really isn't a vote to vote on at that moment, this is the moment to a vote. You are voting to amend the budget to approve previous decisions. Now, Mr. Larson in a moment is going to come to the podium and explain what changes we've made to the budget since April. That was June. Since we approved the budget in June. So every year something happens, there's always changes, there's things that we didn't foresee, and so we need to amend the budget and make a few adjustments. And that's what this is about. No major reason for, or no cause for alarm here. We're just going to tackle a handful of adjustments to our budget now. We'll do it again in April, and then we'll approve it in June. So Mr. Larson's going to explain everything that has changed in the budget since it was approved in June.
Thank you. The December budget hearing, we try to tackle much of what we learn as we close out the books for the year. There are budgets that can carry over. There's grants that may not have been fully spent, and so then those unused grants are carried over. And so a lot of that is what's happening at this time. The document you see on the budget revision indicates an increase of revenue of $12 million, $7.6 million for state sources and $4.4 million for federal sources. These are grants that in the last year's budget, we had budgeted as though they would have been fully spent out, but it ended up that they were not fully spent out. And so those grants now are carrying forward into this new year. So we're just simply recognizing that that revenue is going to show up this year, or is at least budgeted for this year. The largest of these, I'll hit the largest two here. TSSA grant has $5.3 million of that $7.6 million state program revenue. The federal program is all one program. This is the last part of the COVID, ESSER, ARP, all of that funding that came about due to the pandemic, and that is at $4.4 million remaining. So as we carry over those revenues, because that $12 million is now grant revenues, we also have to now budget an associated $12 million would be spent this year to spend out those grants, because it was not spent last year. So much of the changes down below in the expenditures involve that $12 million. But I'm going to highlight a couple other major changes here. One of them is that we have this situation in the budget for June where there is a large instruction allocation put in under teacher salaries in order to bring the unassigned to zero. That is being removed from this budget. That is why the instruction function is showing a large decline in budget of $28.6 million.
Don't panic.
Yeah.
Don't panic. We're okay.
That this is
You anticipated this.
It's anticipated. It's normal. It's routine. We did, of course, that's offset with other carryovers from other allocations that we have that are not grant related. For example, school allocations that that weren't utilized last year. We allow the school allocations to carry over, thus encouraging principals to not worry about having this huge spend it or lose it mentality at the end of the year, but instead plan appropriately where their spending would be. So that is approximately $4.5 million being added in the instruction function for that. Okay, we talked about the grants. Then we also have put in here allocations that the board approved as part of their budget process last year, but was done after the deadline for the publication of that budget hearing in June. And so this is where we're going to adopt some of those changes with some of the nuances for pay increases, as well as for some initiatives the board is undergoing. For example, Portrait of a Graduate, math curriculum, school AI. We just talked about that last meeting. That would be part of this. Part of the Wit and Wisdom purchase that's being put in here. All of that is coming together now in this document to adjust those numbers for that. It has its own line, so I'm going to go ahead and call it out, even though it's $160,000. There is a $160,000 increase, which represents postage budget that the schools have. Schools have occasion where they need to mail things. I know a lot of people communicate in other methods, but sometimes it's very, very effective to send multiple communications to parents. So that is a postage budget for the schools that is being rolled over. Any questions by the board about this? This budget does not yet reflect any adjustments due to tax collections. We don't have those numbers yet. It does not yet reflect any changes in personnel that has occurred since last year. Those will be coming in the April budget hearing.
Question?
Yes.
You mentioned that this budget kind of incorporated Wit and Wisdom and School AI and a couple things that we've recently approved. When we approved those bids, the information that we had in front of us said something like it's part of this budget. And I was thinking it was already budgeted for, but it wasn't. It's now being added to the budget.
Well, for example, let's take School AI maybe as an example. The budget for School AI was a initiatives budget for the superintendent that the board had discussed setting aside, but we didn't know specifically where. So now it's being identified.
So it was budgeted, but now that it's been designated, I'm using the wrong words, John, I know, but now it's been designated to a specific purpose, then it shows up.
Okay.
So there was a budget for it, but
I remember that one. So is that one an outlier, or all of them like that? The other ones that you mentioned were kind of now included.
Well, I would say most of them are like that.
Okay.
But maybe to better define that, for the June budget hearing, there is a large amount of work and documents for preparation, and the board is talking about a lot of moving parts, and sometimes those moving parts occur after publication of that particular document, and this is kind of catching that up.
My question is, when I see a bid in front of me and it says it's part of this budget, does that mean it's already budgeted for?
It's already been discussed or already part of the package, but we may have to fine tune the budget where it shows up. And when it shows up, the timing of those can be, for example, if the budget hearing document showed one thing, but the board had discussed, well, we're going to go ahead and set this money aside or approve moving forward in this direction. This is that catch-up meeting, like Mr. Dunford was saying, to bring those all in line. So there can be times where that comes separate, but it's always something that either the board has talked about or was already budgeted for in another method, like a grant or like an allocation for initiatives. Does that help? I would like to recognize Jason Mott's here with us tonight. He's the senior accountant that does a lot of this work. putting together these documents. He wasn't able to be here the night of the ACFR, but a lot of this work he oversees and works on, and if you really want to see an Excel master, it's Mr. Mott. He's got some fantastic skills there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So President Miller, I move that we accept the amended budget as presented to us by staff.
I
I'll second
second.
Okay, we have a
Either-
motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Dean, to accept the amended budget for the 23-24 fiscal year as presented.
Did we need public, to allow public input on this?
Yes. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address us on the budget amendments? Okay, seeing none, is there any further discussion from the board? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the amended budget for the 23-24 fiscal year, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Say nay. And that motion passes unanimously.
President Miller,
Yes.
are there any students here who came by assignment and need a form signed? What we're about to do is going to be quite lengthy, and it's going to take a significant amount of time. I just wanted to propose that they come up and you sign their form now, because they've seen the bulk of the meeting.
Great, now Mr. Dunford's the favorite.
Yes, that's great. Should we have Mr. Larson step out and
Okay, he will go sign your forms. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of a great process. Now go home and do your homework.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Dunford. Good idea. Our next agenda item is something that we do once a year. We have our annual superintendent's report to the Board of Education. As a board, we have passed policies of things that we want to have accomplished in our district, and then we delegate to the superintendent to carry out that and accomplish what we have asked for. And this is his annual report back to the board of how the district is doing under his leadership on these items. So we are excited as a board to hear this report, and we will turn the time over to our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey.
Thank you very much. I really know how to clear a room, if nothing else. I'm not superstitious, but I am wearing the tie I wore when you... Yeah, gave me the
I
job.
remember vividly.
Yeah. Can't hurt, right? Can't hurt. This report touches on items that are required by policy, and I'll go through fairly quickly. This is posted for the board. It's posted for the public. And so I don't want to read every slide to you, but I'm open to any questions in this meeting or afterward. I want to be sure that I'm responsive to any questions you have about this or anything else, and that goes for the public as well. I always look forward to this. It's a great time to kind of reflect on what's happening in the district. But there's a lot more to what's happening than can be contained in this report. And there are a lot more people involved than just me. I have a small role to play compared with the 9,000 employees, 57,000 students, and all of the families that are involved. Not to mention the role that each of you has played in moving this district forward. We have a lot of great things going on, and it's been really exciting most recently to hear that through the survey that was conducted as part of Portrait of a Graduate. Over 20,000 survey responses, and it's a high response rate for all groups, and our national experts have told us that. They've also told us that we have incredibly positive results, that there is a lot of confidence in the district, and that there are a lot of programs available for students and that families are aware of it. I'm very grateful to be in this position. It means a lot to me to have this opportunity, and I really try to make the most of the moments that I have as superintendent. I really have as my goal to create an environment where everyone can be at their best, where students can be at their best, where employees can be at their best. And so I try to be at my best so that I can create that environment. So we'll go through this report, and as I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have along the way. Stop me. We have Ben Jameson here also to help give additional information on any of the data that we go over. At the same time that I say that we have great things going on and a lot of really good momentum, we're always looking for what's next. What do we need to do better? How can we improve? So we'll talk about that as well as we go through this report. I'm going to go through each of the policies that I'm required to report on, and what the board said a couple of years ago is, well, this is my 5th year, so it's more than a couple of years, I guess, but since I started doing this, the board has asked me to give an example of each of these policies, not to give every example, or just to touch on each of these to talk a little bit about how we're meeting these expectations. Superintendent and business administrator maintain lawful and ethical business practices. We work very hard to do that. We follow policy. John Larson is an excellent Jiminy Cricket. You can sit and talk with John and sort through, hey, why are we doing this, and is this the right way to go about it? But all of Cabinet and the directors that we have that report to Cabinet really help us make sure that we're doing things in the right way. I really work with people that I deeply admire, and you are among those. The board sets a course that I think we can be very, very proud of. You listen to people. You listen to people formally, informally. You're responsive, and we're always thinking about how to do things in the right way. So I'm really proud to be associated with you and the people in the district. Treatment of students and their families. What is expected? We're expected to implement policies and practices to promote the health and safety of students and to encourage parental participation, be sensitive to cultural issues, set expectations, and so forth. So there are a lot of things we're doing. Portrait of a Graduate is chief among them. I think that's really going to help us set a course to be sure that we're meeting the needs of parents. We have general counsel in the district now. That's not an added position. As we made administrative transfers, we were able to open up a position to have general counsel, helping us make sure that we're meeting the needs in a way that is compliant. Our Student Services Department does a great job of marshaling resources. We've expanded our language and culture services, and we've adjusted our language and culture services department to rearrange the resources that we have to adjust to changing needs. We have the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee that I meet with twice a month, once with the committee and once with leadership. We have another meeting this Friday. We have an enhanced health and wellness team with wonderful support to our schools. The BARC program that you've seen explained in this meeting, where we continue to be able to catch problems with students or concerns because of what they're writing into their Google account, their district Google account. We conduct parent and student surveys. Like I said, over 20,000 surveys completed for Portrait of a Graduate. Our Health and Wellness Day is very healthy. It's going very well, and we're able to accomplish some great things there. Our Jordan Parent Advisory Committee is a recent addition that connects us to parents on a regular basis. We've had support from the Cook Center for Human Connection and have promoted those free materials they make available to families. And the policy D200, philosophy of instruction, we've continued to work on implementing that to be sure that parents have a say. We've done our data security test, and we continue to make efforts. I was in a video to help prevent phishing, and we're doing everything we can to help make sure that we're keeping things secure from that standpoint. Treatment of staff, there are always things that we can do to treat our staff better. I think helping people be at their best starts with taking good care of them and providing good opportunities for them. Our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Department has helped us with that. We've provided additional training on how to conduct investigations so that we handle grievances and difficulties in the way that we should. We continue with our pins recognizing years of service. I was going to take this off because we've been doing it for a while, but Roxanne said she still hears from people several times a week requesting a pin when they've reached that milestone. So it's exciting to honor people for that. Individuals and groups are recognized in person and on the website and social media. The foundation really helps us with that. One of my favorite things is to go around and honor our Educator of the Year for each of our schools. And when I talk with teachers later who've been selected, they sometimes introduce themselves that way. You'll remember I was Teacher of the Year a couple of years ago at this school. You know, it's a great honor, and I love hearing that. The Supercast is a way that I've been able to highlight great things happening in our district. I can't even remember on what episode we're on, 220 or 215, something like that. We've been able to consistently do that every week. We have 1.8 million visits to that webpage, 1.8 unique visits. And we watch the listening closely, you know, to see how many people are listening. About 80% listen all the way through when they start listening to the podcast. Bryce knows how important that statistic is. And in August, we saw our second highest numbers ever for the month of August, which we thought was pretty remarkable because we're in year 5 and it's in the summer as school's starting up. So the listens are still strong and it's still reaching a lot of people. But more than anything, the chance to just sit down and talk with people one-on-one or in a small group and learn about what they're doing has been really important to me, and I think has helped elevate the work that's happening in our district. Communication and support to the board. The board bulletin will be starting in January, and I've talked again with Sandy about that. We'll get stories from the board to email out. Board meeting posts and summaries with the board's direction. I think we've really come a long way in the way that we make it accessible for people to go to a particular portion of a meeting and listen in. We've been tweeting that out consistently. We send the information out to employees. So I appreciate the focus on communication from this board, and we're going to continue to work on that. Again, Jordan Parent Advisory Committee, and we've also, in compliance with this policy, we bring forth policy changes that reflect changes to federal and state law. We have annual reports to the public that include many of the things we've already described, ACFR from last week, and one of the changes we've made is we've had the Supercast emailed to parents, and there's a Supercast episode about our achievements as a district, about student achievement. And we'll be emailing that out. It was posted several months ago. Ben Jameson is a part of that, and as is Brooke Anderson, and we'll be sending that out to parents along with several other podcasts so that they can listen in kind of a longer format to a description of some of our accomplishments and challenges as a district. There's emergency succession. I hope we never need this, but we plan for the possibility that emergency succession might be required. And So Mike Anderson, John Larson, and I work very closely with each other so that we know each other's work. And within their departments, Mike and John also work with their directors to make sure that they are very aware of the work being done. So any one of us, I hesitate to say, can be replaced. So, but that's our job, is to be sure that we can be replaced and that the work of the district can move forward. Students in Jordan District will reach their potential to achieve academically, prosper economically, and contribute responsibly to society. This just fits right in with Portrait of a Graduate. That has been really important work. I'm grateful for the level of input we've received, and really everything we do is focused in this direction. That's what we talk about. And I think many years ago I heard it said that an elected Board of Education helps keep us from just becoming a more and more efficient bureaucracy, just tightening the procedures we already have in place. You help us stay focused on exactly this, making sure that we help each student reach their potential and that we use our resources in a meaningful way. So I think we all work together really well, and Portrait of a Graduate is going to validate some of the things that we do. It's going to help us maybe trim back on some of the things that we don't need to do and add some things that have been missing. But I think this really is what we're all about. Student achievement. I just want to talk about the expanded student opportunities, and some of these aren't new, but they continue to thrive. Our dual language immersion programs, School AI, which is an opportunity for teachers and for students. And starting in 2024, we will be offering all CTE pathways. There are 2 remaining, and I've talked with Mr. Skidmore, and we're in, those are in progress, and we should be in place to offer close to everything. I think there may be one left, like farm mechanics, that is still hanging out there that we would be working toward. So, but we have a pathway forward for that as well. Online courses are available with a high level of flexibility, and we're going to, we continue to look to adjust how we provide those services to be sure that we are staying up with the need. A hybrid can be used to have a full schedule between being online and in person. The International Baccalaureate Program, Majestic Elementary Arts Academy, which is really thriving academically as well. There are just a lot of great things happening there. We've advanced STEM in our career and technical education programs. As I said, continue to expand. Yes.
On the virtual learning.
Yes.
Do we know what the upper limit is on how many students we could support? I mean, I was just thinking, you talked about being replaceable. Heaven forbid another pandemic comes along and we need a lot of kids on a virtual system. Are we prepared for something like that?
That's an excellent question. I'll answer it for elementary and for secondary. For elementary, after school was shut down in March of 2020, we used ESSER funds to hire teachers to work together to create online curriculum K-6. So we have full courses. Now they would need to be updated, but we have full courses online K-6 that teachers can engage with. Those teaching materials are ready to go. With secondary courses, our range of courses is wide enough that we would have the same thing. We could share those materials and teachers could start teaching online if they needed to do that. So I think the fact that we've maintained those schools has helped keep us prepared for that possibility. Some things to consider now that we're going to go into the student data portion. Number one, that we do have changing demographics, and we have a challenge with attendance rates. So here are the changing demographics. We have an increase in economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and minoritized students across the board. So it's a changing demographic that presents opportunities and makes it important for us to make sure that we are adjusting our services accordingly. So that's the change that you see over the past few years. Students who are refugees are newcomers, and then students experiencing homelessness. Attendance is a big topic nationwide, and I think there are a lot of factors here. But as you look, JSD overall, elementary, middle, and high school, those attendance rates are not where we would like them to be. We want those attendance rates to be a lot higher. So there are a lot of efforts that we're making right now to that end, but we continue to talk about how we can increase that attendance rate. This is maybe a stark depiction of where we are. 87.6% attendance rate overall means that there were 1.1 million absent days in the 2022-23 school year. And with about 6 hours of daily instruction, it's about 6.7 million hours of instruction lost. So we advertise with parents. We have a lot of supports in place. Legislation, we've talked with legislators about how to support increasing attendance. So I think it just takes everyone's efforts to get us back to those pre-pandemic levels. And I think attitudes toward attendance have changed. Haven't we all thought, do I really need to go to this meeting, or could it just be a Zoom meeting? Or I think we've all shifted. You know, being in a certain place at a certain time doesn't feel like it used to. And hopefully we can get back to where we were. Chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% or more days at school. So that's 18 plus days, and about 25% of students are chronically absent. So they miss 10% or more days of school, 18 or more. And absenteeism does have a relationship with where scores are. Okay, let's go to the elementary stats that I'm required to report out on. And on each of these, you'll see whether whether the district met the goal or did not meet the goal. And most of the goals are defined as either 90% or greater or better than last year. And so for let's get back to where we were. So third grade Acadiance reading, there is a higher percentage or above the benchmark. We went from 68.9% last year to 71.3% this year. So we meet that goal. And if you look from 2020 to 2023, you see steady growth, 63%, 66%, 70%. Percentage of K-3 students at or above benchmark by the end of the year. Percentage of K-3 students making typical or better growth by end of year, 57%, 63%, and now 67%. At the elementary level, a percentage of the district's elementary schools whose most recent year's language arts proficient is greater than 90% or greater than the the prior year's language arts percent proficient. We are at 46%, which is higher than the 45.7% last year. So the goal was met, but certainly at 46%, we want to continue to work on that goal. But as you can see, for the last 10 years, we've been in the mid-40s. But we're on an upward trend over the last 3 years. And we had an upward trend until the pandemic and went down and have been climbing back. Next, RISE Math 4 through 6, the percentage of the district's elementary schools whose most recent year's math percent proficient is greater than 90% or greater than the prior year's language arts percent proficient. Last year we were 41.6, this year we're 42.8, so that takes us up. Goal met. You can see a slight increase. And the national statistics, as a state, we're second in the nation for maintaining those math scores after COVID. So there's been a pretty big impact on math scores nationally. RISE Science, grade 4 through 6, goal met. Last year was 47.7%, this year 49.9%. Middle school monitoring criteria. Ninth grade credit deficiencies. We've reduced the credit deficiencies. Students advance to high school with full credits and in line for graduation, evidenced by the decreasing number of students who are credit deficient at the end of ninth grade. And it should be less than 10% or less than the credit deficiency rate for the previous year's class. And we're down to 16.5% of students credit deficient. We really want them to have a good start into high school. Now, I've gone through statistics where we're testing in the 40s or we have 16.5%. That doesn't mean that I'm satisfied with that number because we met the goal. It just means that we've met that goal of making progress and we want to continue to work to make that better. RISE ELA, grades 7 through 8, percentage of the district's middle schools whose most recent language arts percent proficient is greater than 90%. Last year we were at 41%, this year we're at 40.7%, so that goal is not met. Percentage of students 7th through 8th grade proficient on RISE ELA. Over the last 3 years, we've gone from 42 to 41 to 40.7.
Well, I have a question on that. Is
Yes.
proficiency, is a score of 3 proficient, or so 3 is proficient?
That's
So,
correct.
Okay.
RISE Math 7 through 8. Last year our percentage was 38.6. This year it's 39.8, so that goal is met. The percentage of grades 7 through 8 students proficient on RISE Math, 36, 38, 39 in the last 3 years. Of course, we have a new program for math instruction in the majority of our middle schools, and I'll be eager to see where those scores go as that program is implemented. Percentage of the district's middle schools whose recent year's science percent proficient is greater than 90 or greater than the prior year. Goal is not met. Last year we were at 46.6, this year at 45.4. And over the years, the last 3 years, 46.8, 46.6, 45.5, so that has gone down slightly. At the middle level, the AP pass rate should either be greater than 80 or greater than the previous year. Last year the pass rate was 61%, this year it's 63%, so that goal is met. You can see that not only are more kids passing the test, but more kids are taking the tests as well, taking those classes. We've gone from 1148 last year to 1,345 this year. And when I say this year, the last year that we measured. So you have the number of students participating in each of the AP tests and the pass rate. I can report for the first time in Jordan District history that the middle school German language and culture AP pass rate is at 100%. Sehr gut. Whoever that one student is, I believe. But a lot of great efforts in AP work on the middle school. I have been around long enough to remember when that was a new concept, that we would allow middle school students to take the AP courses. So it's really exciting to see these numbers. High school monitoring criteria. ACT scores. Last year's percentage earning an 18 plus composite score was 63.6. This year it's 63.5. So we did not meet that goal. I actually did ask for a study to be done on how we could increase those scores, but we haven't put resources to that because there's less of an emphasis on this test than there used to be for college admissions. So we haven't put the resources into it that we had originally considered, but that's something we'll continue to watch. Used to be that you could look at your GPA and your ACT on a matrix and you could see exactly what your scholarship was going to be, and it's not quite what it used to be. So, but we'll continue to monitor that. ACT student participation, 25% increase over the prior year on the economically disadvantaged students who are participating, and a 49% increase in the number of multilingual students who are participating. So there are the percentages.
That test given in multiple languages or just English? Do you know?
I don't know for sure. It's just English. So in 2020, we were at 59%. We're up to 63, but we didn't meet the goal because we were at 0.5 instead of 0.6. But we're moving toward those pre-pandemic levels. So the percentage of students meeting college readiness benchmarks on the ACT. So you can see in English those increases from 51% to 56 to 58. And in math from 26 to 29 to 30. So we've seen consistent growth there. Science has been pretty level, reading up and down a little bit. AP test, percentage of AP tests passed went from 69.1% to 69.7%. The decimals giveth and they taketh away sometimes. The high school AP exam participation has gone up, even from pre-pandemic levels. So we always want more people having that opportunity, more students getting that chance. And we're working toward pre-pandemic levels on that. Concurrent enrollment, a higher percentage of concurrent enrollment until this last year, where we went from 27.7 to 26, but the number of credits earned increased. So the goal is met there. Goal is not met on graduation rate. We went from 90 in 2020 to 89 in 2021 to 90 in 2022 and now at 88.8 in 2023. There are the graduation rates over the years. I will say that in the last 5 years, all 5 of those years have been higher than the previous 7. Now, there's a confirmed dropout rate and an unknown rate. And our confirmed dropout rate has gone down. In other words, the students that we know have been going to our schools and just did not get enough credits or dropped out of school. The unknown rate has to do with the way that these numbers are reported. If a family moves in 9th grade and we cannot assign that student to a different school, we don't know where they ended up, then they count against our graduation numbers. And so we've talked about how we can get a more accurate read of our graduation statistics by doing a little more PI work and tracking down students earlier on, so that 3 years later, when that 9th grader who moved is shown on our statistics, we already have connected that record to the school that they moved to. That's become harder than ever, and there hasn't really been a level of ownership for that portion of the job, so we're looking at how we can staff that. It's in October that we have to give those final statistics, and we're working on a plan so that between now and October we can make sure that our reported graduation rate really reports those students who are confirmed dropouts, and we mitigate the unknown rates impact on our overall percentage. Because we want to know are they registered in another school? So if they aren't, what do we need to be doing in terms of outreach? So academic growth criteria for CTE certifications. The 2023 data is unavailable, but we've increased from 2021 to 2022. So that's the testing that's specific to CTE courses. So here's the summary. On elementary, we met these 4 goals. Middle school, we met 3 of the 5 goals. And in high school, we met 3 of the 5 goals, with the graduation rate being impacted by the unknown factor there, where we did not know where students ended up. Okay, back to some more of the policies. Empowering employees. The expanded maternity parent leave policy that the board put in place is an important component there. Targeted professional development that really is intended to meet the needs of teachers. Our professional development day at the beginning of the year was a reflection of the feedback that we'd received from teachers about wanting to have some choice in the breakouts that they attended. So we provided some more specialized training that was centered on the grade level or subject that a teacher is responsible for. So these are some of the other ways that we've empowered employees. Customer service, we have procedures in place, as you heard tonight, for welcoming new students. Training to make sure that we have a welcoming environment. Portrait of a graduate is helping us with that. And there's evidence of that in unsolicited communication when I hear the positive coming back about our district. Customer service is a really important component of what we do, and we're talking about some other things that we can do in the coming year to help make sure that we're meeting those needs. Safety and security. We hired a new safety school coordinator whom you were able to meet in our last meeting. We've provided training. I think the trainings will be completed this week, and we have a video prepared for all employees and parents. And we'll be back next month to train the board on the very specific protocols. And we've increased the rigor for our JSSA, our assessments, where we go in and assess schools. Everyone was scoring so high that we had to move the bar, because those inspections weren't resulting in any changed behavior because everyone was meeting every standard. So we've changed those standards to focus on those areas, and it's a re-emphasis on some areas that we think are very important. And emotional support from our health and wellness team has been tremendous and has continued to evolve to meet the needs of our students, families, and employees. It's a lot of work represented in a lot of slides, and I'm just very appreciative to all of those individuals who work together to make Jordan School District such a great place to be and such an effective learning environment. I like to say that I get a backstage pass to see the amazing things that are happening. I get to go and see individual classrooms. I met with several teachers at the end of last week in their classroom. I try to do that as much as I can. I was able to see a high school fundraising event last night. Like I said, Christmas for Kids on Saturday. Every day there's cause for wonder and amazement at the things that the students and parents and employees of Jordan School District accomplish. So I really appreciate the opportunity that you give me to be a part of it. So thank you. And what questions can I answer for you?
I have 3.
Okay.
And you can be brief.
Okay.
Years ago, you told this board you knew where the levers were that needed to be pulled. Question number 1 is, what levers have not yet been pulled? And if you don't mind, maybe one of them. Question number 2,
okay.
5 years later, what are the new levers you've discovered that now need to be pulled? Look back, look forward. Question number 3 is, I'd just love to hear a brief anecdote that represents right there is what you consider what you've done as superintendent of this district. That story represents what you think is representative of your superintendency.
Okay. I appreciate that you referenced the levers, my levers answer to the question. Maybe I can give a little context to that for those who are listening who were not in the interview. The levers, the 3-part question about levers is important because when I interviewed with the board, what I indicated is that because I've worked for the district as long as I have, I already have an idea of some of the things that I'd like to see happen. But I also knew that I would get different levels of input and different kinds of feedback and information as superintendent. So I knew some things that were important to me moving forward, but I also knew that there would be more levers. So that's why those questions are important. A couple of things that we've done, and none of it is an individual effort. One is the Walk to Read program. It was time for us to give teachers the tools and support that they needed to be at their very best in reading instruction. And I'm really just blown away by the way that teachers have jumped in and made that such a huge success. Another lever was to reorganize some departments. Teaching and learning had pretty much, there was school supervision, and anything that didn't have to do with that came under teaching and learning. And that was the result of a district split where, as cabinet members and district specialists and administrators retired, they were not replaced. At one point, I was supervising 26 schools. I wasn't much help. So the idea was, we really need to organize things in a way that makes the most sense. One of the early photos that I sent to the board was of all the boxes as we moved teaching and learning all to one place. And we were able to organize student services. So I think we were able to make some moves that I think really allowed, like I've said, people to be at their best and for us to get the most out of those tremendous talents. We continue to make adjustments, but I think those are a couple of the levers that have been particularly effective. Some of the other levers have come from meetings that I've had with directors, where they tell me there's this one job category that isn't paid what it ought to be paid, and we've moved that pay for that group. One of the levers that popped up that I didn't know about when I was new was the need for substitutes. And it's kind of a problem that came with the pandemic, that we didn't have enough substitutes. Not that the problem is done with, but with the bonus structure that the board supported, I've heard from a board member and from other cabinet members that the complaint now is that substitutes have to jump on quickly to get a job, or else they'll miss out on getting a job that they want. So we've been able to, I think, not solve, but dramatically improve a situation where teachers feel a greater level of confidence in their ability to get a substitute. What levers remain? The levers that remain are those that have to do with the achievement that you saw today. One of the recent levers was to provide support to teachers in math. We didn't require that of math teachers, but we provided a rich program, support, paying not just for the hours to learn about how to teach math in a new way, but paying to implement that new learning. And teams from different schools have been able to work together, which has been very beneficial, I think. So just more levers around providing support to great teachers and taking on whatever role is appropriate for us as a district to provide those tools. So I think it's around those academic efforts, and to continue to just make the most of the things that we put in place. We've had a tremendous amount of change and growth in the way that we serve students, provide for health and wellness. I don't think before being superintendent I had actually said the phrase health and wellness. And we say it all the time because we're so focused on taking good care of our employees and taking good care of our students. A story that really crystallizes everything and represents the progress. It's easier to be less emotional when you've got a PowerPoint. It's our K-3 teachers who have last year taught students in a way so that no matter where you started as a student in literacy, whether you had very low scores or very high scores, that you experienced a year of growth. My plan is to invite those teachers who had 100% or all but one of their students show a year's worth of growth. And last year, or the year before last, we had about 30 teachers in that category. Last year we had 60. Teachers who believe two things. All students can learn, and I can teach every student. And there are many many, many other teachers who have done a just incredible job. But I think if you want a little story, that's the story, that we've doubled the number of teachers who've had every student or every student but one make a year's worth of growth, regardless of where they started. And some of those teachers are ALPS teachers. So for a year's growth, sometimes students are high achieving and they kind of coast at that high achieving and they don't make that progress. And I think that group of 60 is indicative of the work being done K-6 in literacy. But I also saw a teacher from one of our middle schools that has had a 70% increase in literacy among their 7th and 8th graders because of a specific program they've put in place. So I'm going to be talking more with her about that. So a lot of great things are happening, but that's one story. And like I said, I hope to invite them to so you get to meet some of those teachers.
Thank you.
You said I could give short answers, but I didn't.
Anyone else with questions?
I just had a short comment. I don't know how long I'll be on the board. I know at least 3 more years. But my hope is that you're there for however long I'm going to be there. I've just been super impressed this first year, so thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that when my tenure on the board is long past, and if anyone looks back and said, what did Bryce Dunford accomplish on the Board of Education for Jordan School District? I think they will say the single greatest accomplishment on his resume is that he was part of a team that hired Anthony Godfrey as superintendent.
Thank you.
I don't believe anything I have done on this board compares to that accomplishment.
Excuse me. Have something?
I'd like to say something. I keep reminding the superintendent of this because that day that I made the decision to support him and hire him, I sat in my office and I wondered what the district needed, and I wrote down 3 things. And when he came in to do his interview, he used the same 3 as I did in the same order with the same words, but I can't remember exactly. I think they were innovation, communication, and academic achievement. And today he's hit them all. I think we need to improve on all of them still, but we've come a long ways, and we're leading the state in many of those, and maybe even the nation. And we have a good team in place, and I really appreciate our superintendent, business administrator, and the team that they've rallied around to give support to our teachers who do the real work and their support staffs and our administrators. So anyways, thank you, Superintendent, for your hard work and doing what you said you would do, you know, and we hope that that will continue for many more years. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I grow in appreciation of your puns every board meeting, and I think that it's indicative of knowing how to connect with people and bring a smile or bring some laughter to a situation and break some tension. And that's not something that can be seen or measured necessarily on a graph, but I feel like it's very important. So thank you.
Thank you.
My turn? My turn? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say, I support what Mr. Dunford has said. The right man at the right time. I've known Mr. Godfrey for many years. Over 20. What, 23, 24?
Sounds right.
He's not a redhead any longer. I don't know if that's indicative of the job or what, but if you remember, at that time, I told you that you would be a superintendent someday.
Yeah.
It was true then, and it's even more true now.
Thank you.
You're good.
So I stand with Mr. Barnett. I hope that I never have to hire a superintendent and stamp my name to that, like those of you who can take credit for Dr. Godfrey. One of the things that I have learned about you is your ability to see a full picture. You are very good at meeting someone and seeing how they fit in, and you're very good at looking at a number or a piece of data and translating that into a plan that works. And I think we can see that really clearly by the number of green boxes at our elementary schools where you've been really focusing. So, because I respect your ability to do that, I'm curious about what is the plan for secondary? How do we make secondary look like our elementary, where they're just achieving and meeting goals?
Well, I think we've started with our math program at the middle level, and it's learning from a lot of other districts. That's what we did for our elementary literacy plan, is we learned from a lot of other districts. What are they doing? I personally made visits to various districts, including our own, when we put together the middle school math plan. So it's really working subject by subject and providing that support. Now, we try, sometimes it doesn't feel like this, I know, because sometimes these requirements come from the state level, sometimes they come from the district level, sometimes they're driven by just a change in vendor, which we don't have control over. But at the elementary level, we really have to try to pace out how quickly we make changes, because it's that same teacher that's teaching all subjects. At the secondary level, we can work simultaneously on multiple subjects to make clear progress and provide clear support. So I think the model that you've seen at elementary and the model that you've seen for our middle school math program is the same type of approach that you'll see as we move forward. Not, starting out with making that just with pouring a lot of resources into any of those initiatives, so that we really allow for the time for teachers to not just learn a new support, but the time to implement it as well.
Well, thank you very much for your report and for all that you do, and Mr. Larson, Dr. Anderson, and all of your staff for all you do for our district.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just so the public knows, by policy, we evaluate our superintendent and business administrator once a year. This report was the beginning of that process, and we will report on our evaluation in January. So thank you. Next agenda item is committee reports and comments by board members. Does anyone have anything to report or comment on?
I do from, the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee. Am I jumping the gun to report this? Okay.
I don't know, report what, but.
Just from this committee. The Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee is holding their annual What I Wish You Knew conference on the 16th of January from 8:30 to 12:30 at Bingham High School. And that is for employees of the school district. So.
And board members can attend?
Yes, board members are encouraged to attend. 8:30 in the morning until 12:30 p.m. Noon 30 is what I like to call it. Yeah. And there is lunch.
Are they going to give us a flyer?
Yes. So this is more of a save the date announcement right 16th? Here. Yes, January 16th.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have something.
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
I just wanted, and sorry, Dr. Anderson, I didn't reach out to you. I should have, but I wanted to get on our calendar maybe a save the date for the JPAC meeting, our next one. And I was just looking at our calendar. We have 5 Tuesdays on January, so there'll actually be an extra week in between our January 23rd meeting and our 13th of January meeting, I think. I'm just wondering if we could do it on either January 31st or February 6th. How does that fit with everybody's schedule? And would that be good timing? Is that enough notice to let people know? And
Wednesday, January 31st, or Tuesday, February 6th?
We can go later if people think that we should, but that gives us, we had a meeting, we turned it over to Portrait of the Graduate folks, Education Elements, but gives us an opportunity to see if that's good for, we wanted to have 2 meetings a year, but whether or not that would be good, or we do another one later in the spring.
Dr. Robinson, I had on here that we had talked about January 30th. That's a Tuesday. That's would not be a board meeting night, and that's what we had reserved on there. So that night is open, if that's what you'd like to continue with.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be good. I don't really remember having that conversation, but that happens sometimes. I don't write it down. So would that be okay with everyone? 30th would be great for me.
And we won't all need to be there, but generally at least 3 of us would need to be there.
We'll talk to Dr. Anderson, and we'll come to the board on the 9th of January with maybe some ideas of what that meeting would be. If we could just notify people, that would be great.
Sure. If the board's good, we'll put a save the date out to our school community council chairs, and for that date, we'll include the board on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Ms. George, do you have one?
Yeah, I just wanted to mostly say thank you to those of you who have engaged with our legislators in all of our meetings, and for Dr. Anderson, who headed up a lot of the behind the scenes work for our breakfast. I thought it was so fun to have a school lunch and to have our state breakfast. Our state leaders right in the libraries, that they're going to be talking about so many little details that that were timely. And so thank you so much for your efforts there.
Thank you, it was good. Okay, I have several updates from USBA to share with you. First of all, the USBA conference is coming up. That's January 4th through 6th. And I think we've already registered for that. I'm actually not sure. We responded to that, right? Okay. That's all blends together. Okay. Anyway, January 4th through 6th. The first session starts that Thursday night at 7 o'clock. And then there is also a JLC meeting. The first JLC meeting is that same day, January 4th. It's at 3 o'clock, and it's at Little America. And so any board members that are interested in coming to JLC, you're invited to that. Let me know. Just how JLC works, as a board, we get 1 vote, and I'm the vote for that, or I delegate it to someone else. But any board member can attend JLC. They're going to have them all in person this year at the Granite District office. So there's one on January 4th, and then there's another one on January 19th, and then they start going every Friday. But if you are interested in JLC, let me know so that I can know to get the agendas to you for those meetings.
And on the 19th, what time is it?
11 o'clock. So normally JLCs go from 11 to 2? Am I remembering right? Okay. But this one on January 4th will be at 3 o'clock.
Is that a Friday?
Yeah, the JLCs are always on Friday. And then also they're going to start doing the Thursday night information sessions that are virtual, that all board members should be notified about that too, that you can just get on and find out what bills are being discussed, so that more board members can be involved in advocacy efforts. Also at our convention, we will vote for a new USBA vice president. And the way that works, the vice president becomes the president-elect, who becomes the president. So basically, you're voting for the future president of USBA. And some years that, every other year it comes from single district regions and multi-district regions. This year's multi-district regions. And there's 3 people that are running, I guess is what you call it, for that. So you may start getting emails from them for their campaigns, and you can vote. Curtis Whipple, Jennifer Partridge, and Lauren Lewis are the 3 that are running. They also take nominations from the floor, so I haven't seen that happen, but it could.
Say Tracy Miller really loudly.
Except that we are a single district region. It's not our turn.
I can still say it.
So nice try, but no go.
So she's running for next year.
No, she's actually not, but thank you. And then the other thing with USBA, there's been quite a bit of talk recently about stepping up advocacy efforts. USBA, its mission has been building better boards, and really its focus has been on training school board members and providing policy, like model policies, and helping with superintendent searches and business administrator searches. But there's been more of an interest from members, from USBA members, and the board of directors have been talking a lot more about needing to step up our advocacy efforts on behalf of public education with the public and with the legislature. So we've been having some discussions on like increasing, maybe hiring an extra person to do marketing, more marketing and public relations and communications. You know, potentially
a lobbyist, or
that discussion's been had. USBA cannot hire a lobbyist, technically, but they can hire an employee to lobby, which right now that's Lexi Cunningham. So she's an employee of USBA that goes and lobbies the legislature. There's been talk about adding more. She is going to hire an intern this year to help out with that. So there's discussions about that. No decision's been made. Potential, if more people are hired, would be a dues increase in order to pay for more people. So that's something to consider. And I just wanted to make you aware of those discussions and let you know that they're being had. I'd welcome your input. If there's any ever a formal proposal, I'll definitely bring that back to you and get your input. So that's what's happening with USBA. We talked about Jordan Education Foundation Christmas for Kids. It was fantastic, as you heard. I saw Lisa there shopping, and if anyone else was there, I might have missed it because it was a zoo. There was a lot of people there, but great event. And thank you to all of our staff, because it's really so many of our staff that is nominating the kids and helping get the kids there and check the kids in, and just great event. Okay, 2 more things. I wanted to ask the board if you're interested in sending out a holiday letter from our board to our employees. We've done that a couple of times in the past. I haven't talked to the superintendent yet to see what the bandwidth is for helping us with that. So, is that something the board would like to do?
Because I've had comments that we didn't last year.
Did we miss last year?
I don't think we did last year.
Okay, is everyone good with doing that? Okay. Superintendent, can we ask you to help draft something and we'll get it to the board before it goes out? Thank you. And then finally, I emailed everyone a little earlier today about the boardroom refresh, and just want to make sure everybody's in the loop on the details for that and make sure you're okay moving forward with that. I guess the one question I have is, do we want to keep this or not? The whiteboard. Does anyone care?
I think it's fine.
Either way.
As the only person who ever used it, I'd say get rid of it.
I asked the principal at JATC South if it was ever used for any other sort of meeting and got a no. So if we can put it to use somewhere more useful, let's do it.
It's never bugged me until tonight when I've actually been looking at it, thinking it's probably the ugliest backdrop ever.
Wow, proud to have the ugliest backdrop ever.
Did you say you sent an email out on that?
Yes. Did you guys get it? Yes. Okay.
And I've wondered if that has the potential to be an ongoing expense. Do we need to create a budget category for it?
Yeah, that's a good question, because originally we just said, minimal expense one time, but there is a proposal to change out the posters on the wall, which would cost money, about printing costs about $500 each time you change those out. So I wanted to get the board's input on whether you're comfortable with ongoing costs and
I'd probably vote against ongoing.
that.
I'd probably vote against ongoing costs.
I would probably vote in favor of paying to refresh the posters periodically.
That's what I.
And how often? Or do you want to see it first and then decide?
I'm thinking maybe quarterly, or is that a lot? Twice a year?
$1,000.
I was thinking
Maybe
twice a year, maybe.
then.
And I'm really comfortable with once a year if we do it.
I was leaning towards once a year.
Yeah, me too, on once a year. Okay, so let's know 3 people with once a year, 2 people with twice a year.
I'm a cheaper skate, I guess, huh?
Okay, so we're thinking once a year.
I'm for the initial cost, and let's look in a year and see what we think.
Mr. Larson, how can we best help you with that? If it's going to be an ongoing expense, do we need to create a category? What can we do to help you?
No category needed. From this discussion tells me what I need to do. I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. That's everything I've got. Does anyone have anything else? Oh, Superintendent, do you have anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you all for your kind comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to go into closed session?
I make the motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Richards? Yes. Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously, and we'll go into closed session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We all hope you have a great last week and a half of school and that you enjoy your Christmas break. Thank you.